So we've got a lot to get through. Welcome to the meeting of the Eastern Area Planning Committee, Wednesday, 18th of February 2026. I'm Councillor Took. I'm chair of this committee. The meeting is being live streamed and is available to view on the council's website. And by attending this meeting, you consent to being filmed. The planning committee is not a public meeting, but a meeting to which the public is invited, and all attendees must comply with the ruling of the chair. Members of the public must not interrupt the meeting or cause undue disturbance. To support this, please switch off your mobile phones or select silent mode for the duration of the meeting. Only those who have registered to speak in accordance with the speaking protocol will be invited to address the committee for a maximum of 3 minutes. This is limited to the first 3 people objecting and the first 3 people supporting the application who have registered, along with a town or parish council and ward member. No additional material is to be circulated to members of the committee today. We have 6 applications to determine today. The planning officer will be invited to present the report and recommendations. Next, I will invite members of the public who have registered to speak with the Democratic Services Officer before the deadline to address the committee in the following order: public against, public support, applicant, agent, town or parish council, and ward members. Each speaker has a maximum of 3 minutes, and our committee clerk will let you know when there are 30 seconds left. Following on from the registered speakers, the planning officers will have the opportunity to address any salient points they wish to clarify, and committee members will be given the opportunity to ask questions of the planning officers before moving on to their debate. At the end of the debate, we will take a vote, and I will declare the decision of the committee. Can I remind members that when we go into councillor questions and debate, please state your name and ward for the benefit of the public watching, and speak directly into the microphones so that we can all hear you. If anyone is using Teams, please ensure you're on mute. Your device volume is set to 0. Before we begin, just a few final points regarding general housekeeping. We're not expecting a fire alarm during today's meeting. However, should the alarm sound, please leave the building calmly and without delay using the nearest fire exit. It's there. The meeting will be formally adjourned at that point and will only resume once it is confirmed safe to do so. Right. The officers involved in today's meeting include Kim Cowell.
Good morning.
Eastern Area Development Management, Naomi Shinkins, Lead Project Officer, Carrie Waldridge, Planning Officer, Dana Mitsugori Curran, who is a Senior Planning Officer, James Brightman, who I think is going to be here slightly later, Claire Hicks, who's Planning Officer, Susan Hetherington, Transport Development Liaison Manager, Laura Altry, who's our Senior Lawyer, Megan Rochester, who's our Senior Democratic and Governance Officer, and Louise Weeks, Democratic and Governance Officer Apprentice. We also have representatives from Housing and the District Values Office. Apologies for absence have been received from Megan.
And we've received. I just get to know my. And we've received apologies for absence from councillors Duncan House and Andy Skeets.
Thank you. Can I ask any member in turn if they have any declaration of interest they wish to make? Councillor Scott Florrick.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Scott Thorpe for Mullen Ward. I am predetermined on agenda item number 8, on which I will be speaking on behalf of the application, and then I will exit the room.
Thank you. Nobody else? If anything occurs to you during the course of the meeting, then please let us know. Previous meeting was held on Wednesday, 14th of January. Have everybody read the minutes? Do you have any objections or queries, questions? No? Okay, I shall sign those later, Megan. We have public speakers on several of these items. If you wish to speak at the time the item is being heard, then that's fine. If you wish to speak now, before the items are heard, then you may do. Does anyone wish to do that? I'm seeing nothing fluttering around. So. In that case, we shall move on to agenda item 6, which is P full 2025 04406. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. My mistake. Skipping one.
That's number.
We'll move on to agenda item number 5, which is
the big one.
Which one?
That's all right. It's been a long day already. P full 2024 06847, which is a site to the east of New Road at the junction of Christchurch Road, West Parley. This will be presented by Naomi Shinkins. And pass it over to you, Naomi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. As just mentioned, this is application P-full 2024-06847. It's an application for full planning permission as set out in the description on this slide, which is for retirement living, general market apartments, commercial units, a cafe drive-through, EV charging and EV charging station and public open space. The application is presented to the committee for members' decision, where the parish council have raised an objection that is contrary to the officer recommendation. And just to note, the following presentation is over 60 slides. I'll get through them as reasonably quickly as possible, but they are numbered at the top if members want to refer to any slides at the end of the presentation that I can go back to and answer questions on. Just to provide an update, there is an error in the officer report, consultee number 9 on page 18 of the officer report. It refers to the Dorset Council Minerals and Waste team. It should be the Dorset Council Economic Development and Tourism team. So in terms of my presentation, this slide shows the indicative location of the site within the Eastern Committee area. And here we have the application site in relation to Party Cross. It's located at the junction of New Road and Christchurch Road. And on this slide, it shows the existing amenities and other developments in the immediate surrounding area. Here we have the extent of the application site highlighted by the red boundary, and some of the pictures of views across the site. As we can see in these pictures, it's generally a flat site and it's adjacent to existing developments and the junction of Party Cross. And the most dominant feature on the site is probably the significant belt of mature trees that can be that's seen on the western boundary. In terms of the application site itself, this slide shows the site and some of the constraints and opportunities. This includes the previously noted mature trees on the western boundary here, the strong and weak building frontages adjacent to the site, commercial connections, existing and potential routes, existing facilities, and the existing access here. In terms of the site history, the site forms part of the land to the east of New Road, West Parley, which is identified as a development site in the Christchurch and East Dorset local plan under policy FWP6. And I've highlighted the key aspect on this slide related to this application, and that would be the additions to the village centre. And policy FWP5 is also relevant for it's anticipated the new public open space, shops and services provided under previous policy FWP6 would support the improvements that's required under FWP5. So outline permission was granted under planning application 317-3609 OUT, as I've set out on the slide, and the application site is the final parcel to be developed, and the outline approval allows for a local centre on the site, which I've highlighted with the blue circle. This is an illustrated plan, which is not an approved plan, but it was an illustrated plan with the outline application, and it again indicates the local centre highlighted by the blue circle. I should note there have been some changes as a result of approved reserved matters applications subsequent to the outline application that was approved. And this includes the Lidl supermarket that's obviously operational at this point. It's located in a more forward location, and also the pedestrian crossing between the two sites is no longer to be delivered. In terms of the proposed development, again, this is an application for full planning permission, as set out in the description, and again for retirement living apartments, general market apartments, commercial units, cafe drive-through, electrical vehicle charging station, and public open space. This slide shows the concept plan highlighting the constraints, movements, hierarchies, open space location, and build forms. And this is the submitted proposed site plan. This slide shows the proposed developments in the wider context, where we can see the Bellway residential development to the rear, so we can see it faded in the background, and Lidl to the left, and the existing shops and buildings on Party Cross to the right. And again, the proposed development in the wider context, this time from Elizabeth Way, which is within the Bellway development. And again, we can see the surrounding context, the residential development on the left here, and the other existing houses to the right. This is a computer-generated image from the northeast corner of what the development would look like, and this shows the general market apartments. And this is another from the northwest corner, which shows predominantly the retirement living apartments. And I'll quickly go through some of the plans, which are also available online. This is the retirement living ground floor plan, where we can see communal facilities such as the lounge and a manager's office and mobility scooter store, etc., for the residents. And we also have commercial units at ground floor level. And the first and second floor plans for the retirement living apartments are very similar. So they just apartments and the required circulation for that. And we can see 1 and 2 bedroom apartments on these floors. And the third floor with the retirement living apartments. And we can see this would be the 4-story elements on the corner of the junction. And we can see roof space with photovoltaic panels at this level as well. So in terms of the general market apartments, this is the ground floor. Again, 1 and 2 bedrooms, some communal space, which includes refuse storage and bike storage as required. And this is the first floor. Sorry, apologies, that says ground floor, that should say first floor. Again, showing 1 and 2 bedroom apartments and the circulation space. This is the proposed development for the cafe drive-through, and you can see the plan here and the elevations and some of the proposed materials. So final summary of the development details are set out on this slide. We have commercial uses, public realm, and the residential provision, 50 units for retirement living and 25 for the general market apartments. In terms of local representations, so the application was advertised by notice in December 2024 and June 2025. 23 objections were received, and a brief summary of these concerns are set out on this slide. A moment to read those. And the full comments are also available online. and some comments and support that were also received set out in this slide. In terms of consultee responses, in general, there is no objection received from consultees. However, there is an objection from the West Party Parish Council, which I will detail later in my presentation, and an objection from the Dorset Council Housing Officer due to the lack of affordable housing being provided. Again, generally no objection, and many subject to condition, which I'll run through at the end of the report. No objection or no comments, for example, from the adult social care team. And just comments from Dorset Fire and Rescue in terms of requirements to be designed building regulations, and no comment from the Environment Agency, Southern Gas Network, some comments about easements required for gas pipes in the proximity of the site. So in terms of the officer assessment, the principle of development, West Party is a main settlement under policy KS2 of the local plan and is suitable for major developments, including housing, retail and community uses. The site is within the urban area and again allocated under policy FWP6 as set out on the previous slides and again on this slide. And as I noted previously, in 2017, an outline application was submitted for permission and it was granted in February 2021. This was for 386 homes, up to 1,000 square metres of retail, 900 square metres of offices, a food store, link road, suitable alternative natural green space, allotments and landscaping. The food store, link road and suitable alternative natural green space and residential phases have either been built or some of the later residential phases are currently underway. And the local centre part of the outline application, which is circled on the blue slide, the outline permission for this did lapse in February 2024, and a reserved matters application can no longer be submitted for that element. By way of reminder, the proposed development is for commercial uses, public realm and residential development, are again set out on this slide. So in terms of the reduced retail provision compared to what was approved at outline, it is acknowledged that the proposed commercial floor space is significantly reduced compared to the outline permission. I should note that officers are treating the cafe and drive-through as a separate element, given its detached nature from the other elements of commercial development. However, it does provide floor space towards commercial development. I also have to note that the applicants provided no marketing evidence to justify the reduced commercial offer, but did submit an employment land report and a retail statement. However, in terms of the employment land report, it is not allocated for employment and therefore employment land policies do not apply. The applicant also submitted some viability testing for the delivery of the local centre as approved. However, the viability testing is only includes the 900 square metres of office space and didn't include the additional retail approved, and therefore it's considered it hasn't been demonstrated that it would be unviable. So therefore, officers consider that the loss of the approved retail is not actually justified, but any additional benefits will need to be taken into consideration and would need to outweigh this loss. So in terms of additional benefits, the Dorset Council do have a lack of a 5-year housing land supply. Therefore, the National Planning Policy Framework to balance supplies. The proposed development does contribute to specialist older people's housing, and it also contributes to the general market housing supply. As set out in the officer report, national and local evidence shows that significant growth in older population and there is an unmet housing need for retirement housing. The retirement housing frees up under-occupied family homes also, and the Dorset local plan evidence confirms strong demands for private retirement housing in East Dorset. And I should also note that the proposal also supports an efficient use of land with the provision of commercial and residential development on here. In terms of the cafe and drive-through located down here, the policies do not preclude a drive-through format. The proposed drive-through does add to local facilities. It does support economic activity. it will create a certain number of jobs, and it does not cause identified harm to the community in the area, as I will discuss later. So in conclusion, for the principle of development, the proposal partially meets policies FWP5 and FWP6, providing some village centre extension and public realm, as I've shown in the plans. There is a significant reduction in commercial floor space, which is not considered to be justified. However, the housing supply benefits of 75 units in total does carry significant weight, especially given the 5-year housing land supply shortfall. And also the mixed-use scheme delivers social, economic and environmental benefits, and the development is sustainable and the principle considered acceptable subject to compliance with other policies. Just a moment. In terms of affordable housing, Policy LN3 requires up to 50% affordable housing on all greenfield residential developments unless the strategic policy states otherwise. Policy LN6 states that C2 uses, so that would be care home type uses, are not subject to policy LN3. However, C3 older persons housing, which this development is, and the applicant has acknowledged that, is subject to comply with policy LN3 and would require a commuted sum where applicable for the retirement living element. A compliance scheme should deliver 12 on-site affordable units, just over £1 million in affordable housing commuted sum for the 50 retirement units, and around £600,000 in Section 106 contributions. However, the applicant has submitted a financial viability assessment that concludes affordable housing units and contributions cannot be provided. The application was assessed by an independent valuer as required by the planning practice guidance, and in this case, the services of the district valuer was engaged. This table compares the inputs from the applicant and the district valuer as set out in the officer report, pages 43 and 44 of the published documents. I appreciate this table that might be difficult to read, so yes, pages 43 and 44 if you need a bigger version of the table. And both the applicant's financial viability assessment and the district valuer's assessment of this are available online. In terms of the table on the previous slide, just some points to note. The gross development values of the applicant and the district valuer are broadly similar and but are considered realistic. And the district valuer has used recent sales in the surrounding areas to estimate the gross development value, and officers have reviewed this and were satisfied with what was proposed. The Section 106 obligations, the applicants significantly underestimated their Section 106 obligations, and the district valuer has used the full policy requirement 106 obligations. In terms of construction costs, these are similar and considered acceptable. The district valuer's quantity surveying team have reviewed the costs and have agreed to those based on current market evidence. In terms of the abnormal costs, the district valuer has significantly reduced the abnormal costs following a review from their quantity surveyor. And just also to note about profit target levels, the planning policy guidance sets out a profit target level for developers of 15 to 20%. We have a blended profit level within this scheme, and the retirement living is set at the higher percentage of 20%. And this has been demonstrated in several recent appeal decisions and would be consistent with the planning policy guidance, where the retirement living element is considered higher risk, so a higher profit target level of 20% is considered acceptable. And I should also note that the district valuer has a considerably lower existing use value based on recent market evidence. So in terms of the viability conclusion, a fully policy compliant scheme is not viable. The maximum viable contribution is £20,000 towards biodiversity net gain, around £600,000 towards 106 contributions, and no on-site affordable housing. The district value has done a number of sensitivity tests to show there's no reasonable scenario that makes a full policy compliance achievable. And the district value did note that this can't be achieved without significant market changes. And I should also note that the district valuer has advised that a viability review mechanism should be included in any Section 106D's agreement. In terms of the housing mix, policy LN1 requires the housing mix to reflect local needs as identified in the strategic housing market assessment. The scheme does provide age-restricted apartments, which is 28 one-bed and 28 two-bed units. Those example units are on the slide. This is considered an appropriate mix for older residents, and I should note that all the units exceed national space standards as well. And again, this slide shows the 1 and 2 bed dwellings, the 1 beds in purple and the 2 beds in pink. In terms of the general market, again, it's for 25 general open market apartments. There would be 8 one-bed and 17 two-beds. Although the supplementary planning guidance suggests there should be a proportion of 3 beds, this guidance is flexible and it does allow for constraints such as brownfield sites and the need for an efficient use of land. The apartment-led mix is considered acceptable given the site context, the viability that has been considered, housing need, and the wider pressure from the lack of fibre housing land supply. And overall, the scheme still delivers a balanced community with accommodation for older people, individuals, couples, and small families. In terms of highways access, concerns have been raised about potential traffic increase and impacts of congestion. And this slide shows the proposed access within the movement hierarchy, which we can see to the south. The Dorset Council Highways officer was consulted and did initially request clarification on parking, pathways, and other design details. And additional information was submitted in order to redress those concerns. The access is via Clarence Place, which is part of the wider development and is already built, and the Dorset Council Highways officer considered the proposed access is safe and acceptable. In terms of parking is generally well located and easily accessible. Parking for the open market units, again, there's 25 of them, and there would be 25 parking spaces, 24 for residents and 1 for visitors, which would be unallocated. And cycle parking, as I mentioned previously, is located at the ground floor of the block, and it's considered that the proposed parking for the open market units does meet the Dorset Council parking standards. In terms of parking for the retirement living, there's 36 spaces, including 3 disabled spaces for the 50 retirement living dwellings. The applicant has submitted research which shows only 26 spaces are needed, which officers consider is acceptable. And the proposed development includes mobility scooter storage at ground floor level for residents of the retirement living as well. In terms of parking for the commercial units, 6 spaces are provided, which is slightly less than the Dorset Council standards. However, reduced parking is considered justified due to the sustainable location, the parking availability elsewhere in the area, including on the development itself, and the likely internal trip capture for uses of the commercial units. In terms of parking for the cafe and drive-through, there's 19 spaces are provided. 11 are required for visitors, and the remainder is considered sufficient for staff. There's also 6 cycle parking spaces provided, and in general, there are no objections from Dorset Council Highways on the proposed parking. So in terms of parking and access and layout, it is considered to be acceptable and policy compliant, subject to conditions set out in the officer report as requested by the Highways officer. In terms of design, so for the layout, the site offers the opportunity to improve the local identity of Harley Cross. The proposed layout aims to provide attractive public spaces, good pedestrian permeability, strong street frontages, screened parking to the south, and the protection of the mature trees on the western boundary. The Urban Design Officer did raise initial concerns as set out in the officer report. However, revised plans were submitted to address this, and it is considered the revised plans improved the openness and connectivity of the square and address key design concerns as far as feasibly possible. In terms of scale, planning practice guidance defines scale as the height, width, and length of buildings in relation to their surroundings. Most of the buildings proposed are 3 stories, aligning with the nearby development. A 4-story element sits at the Christchurch Road end above the commercial units, as I've shown previously. And this slide shows how the proposed development in the wider context, where we can see the 4-story elements and how that is in keeping with the existing 3-story Bellway development. So the Bellway residential development here is 3 stories plus roof space, and the proposed 4 stories is flat roof, so they're generally in keeping with each other in terms of height. The Urban Design Officer did advise that some intensification of built form is acceptable, but must remain compatible with the surroundings. The initial designs did appear bulky due to the limited roof variation and increased height. So revised plans were submitted and considered to improve the articulation and introduce parapet changes, creating more varied skyline and reducing the bulk. And this slide shows the revised elevations where the red line indicates the height of the initially proposed elevations. So that's the general market housing block. And this is the retirement living block. Again, where we can see the red line shows the reduction in height to improve the roof line. Sorry, I should finally note that with the design revisions that the scale was considered acceptable by the Urban Design Officer. In terms of appearance, the proposed design takes a modern approach, which is considered appropriate given the limited existing character in the surrounding area. Earlier concerns regarding scale have been addressed, and the resulting design is now viewed as acceptable. And the appearance is supported by the layout, the scale, and the landscaping, which will further contribute to the overall visual quality of the scheme. So the development uses a traditional palette with contemporary detailing, and this includes for the walls, red brick, red multi-brick, grey brick, and render. The roofs would be flat roof. The windows would be grey in colour, windows and doors grey in colour, and balconies would be grey metal, and the considered the submitted elevations demonstrate appropriate material use and detailing, and a condition requiring material samples is imposed in the officer's report. In terms of landscaping, the scheme includes mainly native species, with some non-native species as well, and they range of hard surface materials including bitumen, block paving, slabs, gravel, and limestone chippings. The boundary treatments include a post and rail fencing, closed board fencing with hedgehog poles, post and wire fencing, and parkline fencing. And initial concerns were raised by the landscape officer, which are set out in the officer report. However, revised plans were submitted to address these. The landscape officer still made further comments, and again, further revised plans were submitted, and the landscape officer didn't offer any further comments on those revised plans. And it's considered any outstanding concerns will be addressed by condition as set out in the officer report. In terms of open space, policy HE4 of the local plan requires developments to provide adequate open space, which will be around 35 square metres of community green space per person. The development is expected to accommodate approximately 184 residents and creating a requirement for 0.65 hectares of open space. The scheme itself delivers 0.4 hectares on site through the public open space and communal areas available. And it's also noted that the site sits very close to the existing suitable alternative natural green space that's provided within Bellway developments. We have Sang along here and the main Sang area here, which is already open and operational. So given both the on-site provision and the proximity to existing open spaces, the proposal is considered compliant with policy HE4 of the local plan. In terms of amenity, the site is bordered by New Road and Christchurch Road, so Christchurch Road to the north and New Road to the west, and also the link road within the development to the east and Clarence Place to the south. Again, we've got the mature trees along the western boundary and open space to the north. All of these elements do provide screening for the development as a whole, and is considered there's no unacceptable overlooking or loss of privacy identified due to sufficient separation distances and screening that I've just noted. Also, the layout, scale and design are considered to avoid adverse effects on privacy, outlook and daylight for neighbours or future residents of the development. And in terms of future occupiers as well, again, they have good access to open space on the site and open space in the immediate area of the site. In terms of noise, a noise assessment concluded that for the residential development, that the windows cannot remain permanently open, particularly at night time, and therefore some mitigation is required, such as mechanical ventilation, which is set out in the noise impact assessment, which has been conditioned. It's also noted that air source heat pumps are likely to be provided, and the environmental health officer has requested a condition for the details of those in terms of noise, which has been included in the officer report. It's also noted that there would be a substation located within the development, and again, the environmental health officer has requested a condition for noise impact of that. And for the commercial units, the environmental health officer also requested a noise impact assessment for the some of the proposed uses that are set out in the description. And with those conditions in place, the environmental health officer has no objection to the proposed in terms of noise and impact on amenity. For the cafe and drive-through, the assessment shows no or insignificant noise impact from the vehicle movements, and this has been agreed with the environmental health officer. The environmental health officer has requested conditions that will restrict opening hours, as set out in the officer report, and also conditions for controls for plant extraction and odour. And an air quality assessment has also been submitted in terms of traffic movements for the drive-through. And again, the environmental health officer has reviewed this and considered it to be acceptable. In terms of that, moving on to trees. The site itself contains little existing vegetation, but again, we do have our belt of mature trees along the western boundary. The tree officer initially raised concerns about the development's proximity to protected trees. The revised plans were submitted to address these concerns and moving the development further away from the trees, and the tree officer now raises no objection to the proposed, subject to tree protection conditions, and that would ensure they are protected during construction. In terms of drainage, the site is within a flood zone 1 with generally low flood risk. Only the northeast corner affected by surface water events. The surface water will be attenuated and discharged at a restricted rate into the existing sewer spur. So we can see the blue patches is where the water would be attenuated to, and then it would be released at a restricted rate. The Lead Flood Authority were consulted and initially requested more detail. This detail was submitted, and the Lead Flood Authority raised no objection to the proposed, subject to their standard conditions. And the new foul drainage network will connect to the Wessex water system, and the strategy is consistent with the approved outline plan. And overall, the drainage is considered acceptable. In terms of servicing, the waste collection details were reviewed by the Dorset Waste Partnership, who raised no objection provided their guidance is met. The residential refuse stores are located at ground floor level, as I've highlighted on this slide, and they are adjacent to parking areas, which allows for curbside collection and compliant pulling distances. The commercial units have a dedicated bin store within the development, and again, this is within pulling distance or compliant pulling distance for curbside collection. And the refuse stores within the developments themselves are also compliant with the Dorset Waste guidance, and the servicing arrangements are considered to be acceptable. In terms of biodiversity, an ecological impact assessment was submitted and reviewed by the Natural Environment team. They did raise some initial concerns, and again, more information was submitted which overcame these concerns, and the Natural Environment team raised no objections subject to a landscape and ecological management plan condition, which I've included in the officer report. In terms of biodiversity net gain, the proposal does trigger a requirement for BNG. Again, this was reviewed by the Natural Environment team. The applicant is proposing a contribution to buy credits for biodiversity net gain off-site, and the Natural Environment team have agreed to this, and that is the £20,000 contribution to be secured by legal agreement. In terms of impact on Dorset Heathland, the site does lie within 5k of the Dorset Heathlands, meaning additional residential units risk significant effects on protected habitats. An appropriate assessment was required and confirmed the development would have significant effects if mitigation wasn't proposed. The Dorset Council Heathland Mitigation Officer and Natural England have been consulted. And we should note that there is obviously the SANG adjacent to the development. However, the SANG is not controlled by the applicant, and a legal agreement would be required to secure the capacity of that SANG for this specific proposed development. As that's not been provided, and also the development is zero rated for community infrastructure level, we've had to come up with a bespoke solution for this particular development. And the mitigation officer has agreed with Natural England and the applicant that a contribution of £5,000 per dwelling would be agreed, which would be used to provide heathland infrastructure projects. And in this instance, it would be improving the recreational routes and wayfinding in and around the area, which takes people to the SANG that's already existing and beyond. In terms of other contributions required, which I'll put on a slide at the end of this presentation, we also require air quality mitigation in relation to heathlands. Again, because there's no civil contribution, we need to have a financial contribution for that. And also the site is within 13.8 kilometres of the New Forest protected sites, and a contribution is also required for that. So subject to all this mitigation measures, which is mostly financial contributions being secured, the proposed development is considered acceptable in relation to impact on Dorset Heathlands. In terms of airport safeguarding, obviously the airport's very close to this development. The site does fall within the safeguarding area, and we've consulted the airport on the proposed. The airport has advised that the development may conflict with instrument flight procedure safeguarding criteria, which protects airspace used by aircraft. And it's almost a technical issue here where the site sits within what's called a grey square zone on their safeguarding mapping. And regardless of height, all developments need to provide this IFP assessment. So the airport raises no objection to the proposed development, subject to an IFP assessment being completed and submitted and agreed with them prior to commencement, which has been agreed by the applicant. In terms of the parish council objections, which I'd like to just go through in a bit more detail. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, the parish council are objecting to the proposed development, and the officer response to specific objections is set out in the officer report and also on the slide. So I'll just sort of draw your attention to a few points. There's a poor architectural design, the parish council consider its poor architectural design and overbearing. The officer response is that we've worked with the urban design officer, we've had changes made, and the proposed design is considered acceptable. They raise concerns about the proximity to the trees. Again, the tree officer has had revised designs and is satisfied with the proposed. The increased traffic congestion, again, the highways officer has no objection to the proposed based on highway safety concerns. The drive-through is inappropriate. As I mentioned earlier, the principle of the development of the drive-through is acceptable and there are no amenity concerns. There's insufficient parking provision, and as I've been through in my presentation, we believe there's sufficient parking provided, and that the proposed is a deviation from the local plan, and the officers consider that there is the proposed development does meet the local plan policies to some extent with provision of the commercial development. However, the benefits of the additional housing would outweigh the loss of any previously approved commercial space from the outline application. He also raised air quality concerns, and again, the environmental health officer has reviewed the air quality assessment and raised no concerns. They noted the new forest protected sites and impact on those, and again, we'll secure mitigation financial contributions as required. And there was a request for further traffic modelling, and again, the highways officer has reviewed the application and found it to be acceptable. So in terms of obligations, I've listed these on the slide for members to see. These will be secured by Section 106 legal agreements. And again, there's a special education needs required for the two-bed dwellings, excluding retirement living, obviously, because there's unlikely there won't be children there. And again, education contributions, NHS contributions, community facility contributions, heathland mitigation contribution, the strategic access management contribution, which is heathland related, air quality, again, heathland related, and the new forest mitigation. And I've also noted the need for a viability review clause within the 106 as advised by the district valuer. So in terms of conditions, again, a number of conditions at the end of the officer report. I won't mention each one individually, but I will note that there's conditions for that are required pre-commencements, prior to damp-proof course, preoccupation, compliance conditions, and others as set out again at the end of the officer report. So in summary, this slide shows the key planning issues, again, available in the officer report, and it's considered that all matters are acceptable subject to condition, and therefore the recommendation is set out as set out in the slide, which is to grant subject to the completion of the 106, requiring all the obligations noted, or if that isn't secured, it would result in a refusal as standard practice. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Naomi.
Well done.
Comprehensive, as always. We have one public speaker on this, who is Gerald Montcombe. So, Mr. Montcombe, if you sit at the little desk there, you can turn the microphone on by pressing the button with the little mouth speaking, and when you start to speak, we'll have 3 minutes. You'll be told when there's 30 seconds left from our committee clerk.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to you.
Hello, my name's Gerald Montcombe. I'm a resident of West Parley. I originally objected to the plan, and my objection remains. I have a number of concerns. The first one is there's no need for a drive-through cafe. A drive-through cafe will just promote people to swing by, pick up a coffee and drive on. As the council are probably fully aware, allowing people to drive with coffee in their car or any other snack is a criminal offence by the police. So if you drive in, pick up a coffee, drive out with that coffee in your hand, you are not driving with due care and attention. So my principal objection is that you do not approve a drive-through cafeteria. The second thing, as you've made very clear, there is an ageing population in this area. So if you're going to prioritise anything, I would strongly recommend you prioritise a health centre for the elderly who are going to be living locally. There are very few facilities in West Parley for elderly people to visit a health centre or a dentist. And when you do your research, I'm sure you'll find that's true. My final concern is an over-abiding concern that we're all very, very aware of. You look outside, and although people say this is unprecedented rainfall, it isn't. This happens on a frequent occasion. Whenever you build on greenbelt land, you force the water that would otherwise be absorbed into that greenbelt land to move elsewhere. Anybody who's visited West Parley recently will have seen the flooding of the River Stour, and that is getting larger. And if we're to believe climate change is a real thing, then it's only going to get worse. And the more we build on greenbelt land, the more the flooding will move to other places. Mitigation is a word I hear frequently, but basically what mitigation means is we've solved the problem for the time being, but we've moved it somewhere else. And that's all very well until you are living somewhere else and you get the downstream effects. My final thing, because I want to be under my 3 minutes, is I would urge this council to take a trip out to West Parley. Have a look. I would suggest you wear your Wellington boots and go and walk around the site that you've already approved and have a walk around the Sang and see how wet it is. And it's only going to get wetter. And the water board can't cope. The sewerage is being pumped into the rivers and we don't want it. So please reconsider your planning approval on Greenbelt. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. Naomi.
Just allow Mr. Malcolm to sit down. Thank you, Mr. Malcolm. And I know you obviously submitted your representation to the planning application, and I have considered that as part of my assessment. So I'm aware of your concerns that you raised. Just in terms of some of the points that you made, I know you know there's no need for a drive-through. As I mentioned in my presentation, it doesn't preclude drive-through development there. How people drive, unfortunately, is not a material planning consideration. So if people choose to drive with a coffee in the car, it's not something we can take into account. In terms of the health centre and your request for that to be provided, there isn't one being provided on site, but there is NHS contributions that are being provided. So there would be a total of £38,700 based on the development that's proposed and the required contribution. So there will be an NHS contribution. In terms of flood risk, just to point out, Mr. Malcolm referred to Greenbelt, just to point out it's Greenfield, just Greenbelt has a different meaning in planning terms where it's protected in terms of the Greenbelt designation. Just to confirm to members, it is not Greenbelt, it is Greenfield. It was taken out of Greenbelt under the policy allocation. There is an approved development on here already for the local centre, so there is approved built development. It is the flood risk zone 1. The Lead Flood Authority have been consulted. They've raised no objections subject to their standard conditions. The surface water runoff is proposed to be attenuated, as I showed on the drainage plan, and then released at a restricted rate. So in terms of, I think that sort of provides a bit more information in relation to the concerns raised about flood risk. And I think that's everything.
Do I get a chance to reply?
No. Okay, we move to committee questions and debate. I've got Councillor Flower first.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Councillor Flower, Board. I note that you've got in the one of the conditions is a viability. You put that in there, which is quite unusual, and recognising the fact there's no affordable housing anyway, because the claim is with affordable housing, the scheme wouldn't be viable. I'm just curious as to what aspect of the development would be at risk if the developer found that it wasn't viable and they came back. Normally, it would be the affordable housing that would be taken out because it wasn't viable because it was included. Given that it's not there, I want some clarity. I'd like some clarity around where would they go in terms of making the scheme viable compared to what we've seen this morning. Thank you, Chairman.
Naomi?
Thank you
Or
for your
District
questions.
Valuer?
Yeah, sure. We're DBS, District Valuer Service. With the viability of this scheme, we're looking at everything to make it policy compliant. And through our testing, we look at what the local authorities' priorities are. And here it's to secure the Section 106 contributions rather than providing affordable housing. So through our testing, that's how we've come up to find a reduced policy scheme, which has taken away the affordable housing. To bring in affordable housing, it would be an offset on the Section 106 contributions, but as it's the local authorities to have those contributions, that's why the affordable housing has had to be removed from to find what the minimum list requirements are.
Could I come back, Chairman, please? Thanks very much for that explanation. Doesn't quite answer my question, because I accept the fact there's no affordable housing in there because you got the contributions. If the developer comes back and says, I can't make it work, it's not viable anymore, what aspects of the development that we've had explained this morning will be at risk to make it viable? Do I explain myself adequately?
When you're saying what part of the development, are you asking whether it's what's going to be taken out?
Yeah. What's going to change to make it viable from what we've seen this morning?
To make it viable, it would be looking at market changes. So reduced building costs, increased sales values, and then that's what's going to bring that scheme to be more viable. So we're looking at the market to enable that type of thing with the application as it is.
Yeah, I share a little bit of the group. If there is a review which says the scheme as you set out is no longer viable, we can't make our 20% profit, what then happens? Is the whole scheme cancelled, or do they cut out some bits? Or alternatively, if building materials get cheaper and they decide that they can make 30% profit, do we get some affordable housing? How's this going to work?
That's why we've got suggesting a review mechanism towards the end of the scheme. So if it's actually deemed it has been more profitable than what was initially assessed at this point in time, that can be reviewed at a later stage throughout the scheme. And then if there is then subsequent profits that have been made through this review mechanism, there could be further contributions towards the affordable housing.
Naomi,
Just to clarify, the purpose of the review is to review the financial aspect of it to see if there's any affordable contribution that can be given to the council at a later stage rather than removing anything else. So the PP, the planning practice guidance, does set out that a viability, if we did have an affordable housing element here, a viability review isn't a mechanism to reduce that, it's just to review the scheme as it stands. We would set out the wording of the review that if there's a surplus that we hadn't anticipated at the time of the assessment, that there would be an agreement for them to provide a commuted sum, for example, if the figures allowed for that and market conditions changes, the gross development value went up, building costs went down, that sort of thing. Don't know if that helps.
You're going to indulge me again, Chairman? I do appreciate that. Thank you very much for the explanation. But knowing how things tend to go, it's usually a review because it's not viable, as opposed to one that is viable or more viable than we expected it to be. So I'll leave it at that. But I do have serious concerns about this particular scheme for that reason. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Can I, just for my own benefit, my understanding is that there will be a review. A review can say there's more profit in it than we first thought, or there's less. Now, if there's more profit, then we understand that you can increase the contributions. If there's less profit, what is the consequence of that? That's the simple question.
It's a commercial decision by the developer if they want to bring it forward or not.
Okay, so if they can't make the profit they wanted, then they have a choice to pack their bags and go home. Is that right?
They might potentially amend the scheme if they saw a way to make it a profitable venture for them. So then they would have to come back to planning committee with a revised scheme setting out the changes and why.
So there will be another application that would come in offer a variation of conditions or whatever that we could then take a judgment on. Is that what you're saying?
Potentially, if it was a variation of condition, yes, it would come back to planning committee, or they might submit a whole fresh new application with a new scheme, which would likely end up committee also.
Okay. Does that help you, Spencer?
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Brenton is next, and then Councillor Ezard afterwards.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Brenton, Litchington Upton. I've got some questions for Naomi here, except I've just moved my page over. I can't see them. Hi. A couple of, well, I'll do the questions first. First of all, how do cars access the shops? Because it looks as though they have to go all the way up through the middle of the blocks up to the far end because they can't access from the top corner. That's a pedestrian only, according to how I read the map. So that seems like a bit odd because, you know, so we're assuming these shops will only be accessed by people who already live on the site, or they will park down the bottom and then drive up. There was another one was, is there access to the roof? You have lifts, you have a 3 and 4 story thing. Is there a roof viewpoint, roof area? Thinking in terms of, I don't know if it's a question that the airport would be interested in, but somebody standing on the roof of that with a drone could be flipping difficult. So that was a question. And why, my biggest question, let's bring it back to, the biggest question is, why no zebra crossing across Elizabeth Way to the little store? It seems, you know, you've given them a couple of neighbourhood shops, but most people will be trolling across to the supermarket. And there doesn't appear to be access. So there might be an access right up on the top, but not the easiest. And it seems like there's going to be a desire line that goes across there and then down to the Sang. And there doesn't seem to be any connectivity, which brings me to my big point, is it does seem that the design looks as though you're making a sort of enclave for old people, and it doesn't really connect with West Parley itself or even to the new developments much, and certainly not to the retail. So it seems very much like keep them in a citadel. It's a question, but it's also, it leads them to a point. Thank you.
Naomi.
Yes. So not describe them.
Yes. In terms of how do cars access the shops? Sorry.
Liveries.
So if you can see the developments, you'll come off Christchurch Road, down Elizabeth Way, which is the new link road, and onto Clarence Place. That is the entrance to the development. And the commercial units are located here. And we have car parking here, which includes the general market spaces, but this 6 dedicated spaces for the commercial units are located here. And it's a short walk from this point from the car park to the commercial units. So within the development, I can measure that in a moment, but it's not very far. In terms of, do you want to come back on that, or shall I keep going? Access to the roof. Access to the roof will be required for maintenance purposes. There are PV photovoltaic panels on the roof. There's no resident facilities on the roof, and they are privately managed buildings with limited access to the roof for maintenance purposes only. I wouldn't anticipate someone with a drone being able to get up there, but nor would that be a material consideration either. But my understanding of the roof design is they would be accessed for maintenance purposes only, again with the photovoltaic panels up there. And then just to your point about, I'm going to have to defer to Highways colleagues on the pedestrian crossing. I'm just trying to get the relevant slide. I think I know which slide you want. I
I write it down?
43.
43, possibly.
You went past it.
43.
Was it? No,
There's one at the beginning and there's one
Yeah.
halfway through.
that one.
That one.
So the little development that's been approved is been brought more forward. So I believe the outline application and the design line, as you can see, was to go through the development, like so the pink line and then cross at the pedestrian crossing here. And then the supermarket was to be, it was initially in the outline was going to be further back. However, the little development has been designed further forward and obviously built and operational. And this pedestrian crossing hasn't been provided. So that then does remove that desire line, one that you particularly mentioned, that goes through the site across here and then to the development over here. So that was part of the developer's rationale for the design that's proposed. I don't know if that answers any questions, but that's the rationale I've been told.
Can I come back on that?
Yes, you know.
But there's no pedestrian crossing either from the takeaway, drive-through, whatever it is, cafe, or to the south of the site on that big corner where you would still expect people to come out from the houses below and walk up through to your community little shops or retail things. It just seems very isolating that you've got quite a busy road looping around three sides of this development and no particularly comfortable traffic across where the last one there, you have that arrow at the bottom where the main way in. If these 2-bedroomed flats that are in the market bit are going to be aimed at young families, won't they be walking down through towards the Sang and the playgrounds and things? Or do they have to get in the car to go there?
I'm just going to get the landscaping plan, which shows the pedestrian crossings, and then I'm going to defer to my highways colleagues.
Susan, a bit of an update on it. She spoke to Luke, didn't we? Yeah. But we're just coming on the crossing.
So I think that's the landscaping.
Susan Hetherington, Highway Authority. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. It's a great question. So in terms of Elizabeth Way, which is actually already opened up to the public, we've got the free flow of traffic. There's a dedicated right-hand turn as you're coming from the south, coming north into the little car park. So there's a pedestrian facility to the north in the junction, which keeps that cycleway, footway, the pedestrians and cyclists going. And then there's an uncontrolled crossing point just to the south. And there is nothing in between. That's because it would be unsafe to provide an additional crossing point between those 2 points. That's all part of the 278 works to deliver that particular site first. Thank you.
Councillor Brendan.
It's an answer.
Thank you. Thank you. Accurate. I've got Councillor Hazard, speaker, followed by Councillor Coombs.
Big mold bell.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Beryl from Wareham Ward. Yes, I've got very unsatisfactory answer from Highways. If it's unsafe to cross, people are going to cross it because it's going to be the easier place to go the quickest place. So they're not going to walk up the road and do a crossing, and that will walk down the road. I mean, they won't walk down to the Sang, but anyway, that's not my question. I'm just not very happy with that. The thing that I wanted to know, and I think it's slide 67, we're going back to the agreement with the developers and legals about paying for the 106 agreements and things. With all what's been said before by Councillor Flower and the Chair, it says there that you've got the following planning obligations have been agreed and will be secured by legal agreement. So if they've been agreed with the planners already or the developer, right? But you're saying they're secured by legal agreement. So does that mean to say just verbally they've said that? And actually what I want to know is, when do these obligations need to be paid? Is it when the whole site is built, or when the first part is built, or half it's built, or the occupation of some of those buildings are done? Because I think that actually, Dorset Council sometimes falls foul of not actually checking up and making sure all these obligations are paid. And the other thing is, with the objection of the local parish council, I know the local member hasn't, given an opinion one way or the other. The first thing that they say, and this is another question, they say is the site or the appearance of the buildings is very bland, not very, I would say they look more like barracks and schools rather than especially the old people's apartments, and they don't look very appealing. And also, it's all right to have a landscape slide up with nice trees and landscaping in front, but you wouldn't have trees that close to the front of a building, that's for sure. And it covers up, the really red brick, and I think it's ugly. If it had a pitched roof, I would be more warm to the situation, but the thing is, it's got a flat roof. I live in an area where we've got lots of barracks from Bovington and Lower, where they've got similar buildings to this, but they're very much MOD orientated. And that's what, as soon as I saw these, I thought, well, they look like barracks, and really, it's not very appealing to people. And I know I can't alter it now, but the pitched roof would be much better for BV. And also, can you answer, is both buildings, the one for affordable, not affordable housing, I know that's out the window, but the apartment one, which is for 25 apartments, has that got actually PV on, as well as the the older people's apartments? Has both buildings got PV? Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi.
Yes, so starting with the legal agreement, the contributions listed on the slide here have been requested by various consultees, so be it the community infrastructure, the SIL team, community infrastructure levy team, the mitigation officer, Natural England, whoever it is. So I've written ahead of terms and sent that to the developer. The developer has agreed to pay these contributions, but we need to complete a legal agreement to secure them. So we don't normally do a legal agreement until after there's a resolution to grant. So otherwise, it could be aborted work if the application were to be refused. In terms of triggers for payment, it depends on the purpose of the contribution. So, for example, for a heathland mitigation contribution, the trigger would be occupation, because you're bringing people in, so the payment would need to be made prior to occupation. If it's a significant sum, that sum may be split over a couple of payments, for example, but all of it would need to be paid prior to occupation. So the trigger depends on the contribution itself. I think that answers the agreement points you made.
Just come in. If I may, Chair, just jump in. Section 1+6, or a planning obligation, a legal agreement, is the mechanism we have to use. So you can't just take money from a developer for these things. It has to be through a legal obligation between the parties. It's a legal document, and if there's a default, then it's a legal process to recover those contributions. So it's something that the mechanism in planning is the mechanism that we have to use, but you have to get the principle agreed with the developer during the course of discussions and negotiations, and there's an exchange of what each of these statutory constituencies want, and then those all go into the basket that of negotiation with the developer. But this section 106 is the mechanism by which we then deliver those contributions. Sorry, I thought I'd just give some context. Thank you.
In terms of the design, as I've mentioned in the presentation, it's a modern approach. We've agreed the design with the urban design officer. Obviously, design can be subjective. Whether or not a pitched roof would be better, I don't know. There would have to be, that's not what's proposed, and we consider the flat roof to be acceptable. There are different roof types in the area. The little supermarket, I think, has a mono pitch roof, for example. So it's there are different variations in the area, and again, design can be subjective. And then in terms of the general market, yes, there are photovoltaic panels on the roof of the general market apartments. Just to note that the developer is over providing on the requirement for renewable energy. So I think we require 10% as required by our policy, but with the photovoltaic panels, they're providing 18%.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I come back?
Yep.
Thank you. Yes, further to the 106 agreement, that is really good. If you know the MOU is agreed and everything. Certainly, you actually will the local parish council and various other local people actually, as usual from the 106 agreement, get some contribution from there, from that. So and help the local community, and to go on about the design and everything. I mean, we all know that flat roofs cause a lot more problems than pitched roofs when it comes to maintenance and things like that. So, can I ask the future, perhaps for not this one, but can the designers? I know it might be modern and all that, but lots of people as well, are like-minded as I am. The pitch roofs actually are softer on the eye and softer on the environment. But I would say that this development has a lot to be desired from the point of view of no affordable housing, and the commercial units being tucked up in the corner where you've got to go through the development as Councillor Brenton said, to get to them, rather than being accessible, in another place. So, but where we are, and I'm a bit disappointed in that regard. But I must say that the lack of the crossing as well, because this has happened in other places, that will, I think, come back to be unexpected consequences, unfortunately. But with just one other question, with these developers, could they come back and say, even 6 months down the line, and this is the second time with reiteration of this, 6 months down the line, is say, well, sorry, it's not viable, we're not going to do it. And then we go through this all again. I mean, it's costing them a lot of money. I mean, of the application. I mean, is that possible? Thank you.
Yeah, just to point out that what members have seen before for the site was the outline application. No reserved matters was ever submitted for this part of the site. So, in terms of a detailed design, it's the first time members have seen this. And in terms of whether they come back with something else, it's a commercial decision. Officers have no control and can't see into the future, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've just to continue that. I mean, the recommendation is to grant with these contributions, and if the section 106 is not signed, then the recommendation is to refuse. And that will then trigger what it may. Councillor Coons.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Councillor Tony Coombs, Verwood Ward. I've got questions around two areas which are interlinked. The first one refers to the loss of the retail provision. I picked up what was said during the presentation and went back to the actual report. But apart from comments such as this justification about the lack of retail provision has not been submitted despite additional requests during the process of the application. The proposal is therefore assessed on the basis that there is no marketing evidence to justify the loss of the approved local centre. Further on, again, it's therefore considered there is no justification for the loss of commercial floor space, and the proposed is assessed as such. And the final comment under that section, there is still a loss of retail space over 1,400 square metres, which has not been justified. Considered additional benefits of the proposed will need to outweigh the unjustified loss. I can't pick up either from the presentation or in the report where the planning balance justification comes in for those comments. So that's my first question and concern. The second one I have refers to the parking. We've already heard about how people will access those remaining retail units or those proposed retail units, coming down, do a loop back up, a small amount of parking with a distance to walk up into the shops. So those retail units will have to be a destination that people really want to access, or are they meant to be for passing trade? Because they won't attract passing trade if you have to do this convoluted access to park because you can't park out the front. And we all know human nature is if you can park in the shop window, that's where you will park. We see it all over. And where you've got the local shopping centre that already exists at Parley Cross, you've got the line of shops, you have parking outside the front where it's easy for people to pop in, park up, do what they need to do and move on. So I do wonder about the actual lack of provision, the viability of that provision, giving the access and the type of provision that will be. So it's all interlinked, and I wonder if I could have some response to that, please.
Mary.
Thank you, Councillor Coombs. If you go to page 40 of the officer report, there is a principle of development conclusion. Paragraphs 14 to 35 refer to the housing need, and the continuation of the subsequent paragraphs refer to the provision of 75 units. So the main benefit is the provision of 75 units towards the housing land supply, which we have a shortfall of, and in particular specific housing needs such as housing for older people, which I've referenced reports in my officer report where we have that need for it. So one of those being a Three Dragons report, which was written in 2020, and I think I referenced it in the Gwynfor Market retirement living scheme when I brought that to members back in 2021. And that report is informing the Dorset Council local plan, and it does refer to a need for retirement living in the East Dorset area. I assume you want a moment to read that section of the report, but if you want me to continue, or do you want to come back?
If I can come back, Chairman, briefly. I understand the housing element, but I'm talking about the retail element, and you haven't given me enough justification from a retail point of view why that is considered acceptable. Within that section, 14.2.34 talks about that while you conclude the retail offering is limited compared to what was proposed under the outline, it meets the policy requirement to some extent. So all the way through, the report is saying that there is a retail deficit. And it doesn't say why that is acceptable, apart from the need for affordable housing, extra housing. And while I'm on a roll. I was disappointed when I saw the elevations, because when I saw that this was going to be a local shopping centre, I half expected any development of flats, the whole of that ground floor would have been designed to have shops to make it, because by then the critical mass would make the whole area more attractive for people to actually go and access the shops. And certainly in Verwood, we have a town centre shopping policy that says anything on the ground floor within that defined area has to have shop provision on the ground floor. And I'm really surprised that there is so little here. And it concerns me. I'll leave it at that, Chairman.
Kim?
If I can assist, it's acknowledged that the retail provision there's an under provision, but the planning balance is what you give weight to, and the critical under provision of housing land supply, that we haven't met our 5-year housing land supply, but that outweighs it. So even though we would have wanted them to deliver the amount of retail provision required, the fact that there is under provision, their report says we've acknowledged that, but the need to provide housing is greater, and that is that trumps the loss. And it's regrettable, but this is the position we're finding ourselves in. And if you look at recent appeal decisions where the local authority can't demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, other things which haven't been met, despite them not being necessarily policy compliant or whatever, you give so much greater weight to the housing land supply position. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Okay.
I need to. There's the design
Okay.
issues.
Naomi.
Just to come back on your parking concern for the commercial units, parking has a significant impact on design. And part of the policy which is being met is the provision of this public park and square space, which is provided to the north. If parking is for the commercial units is to be provided adjacent to the commercial units, I appreciate the convenience of it, but it doesn't necessarily make for well-designed, beautiful places. And I think parking in front of the existing party shops is very convenient, but it's doesn't really add to the character of the area. So the development is providing the public open space and the public square. My opinion is that the commercial space is probably better suited beside this space. It has it's more visible from the Party Cross Junction. People will be walking through the square. You have that footfall going by, and so therefore, while it's not as convenient, I think it's more appropriate for the parking to be tucked away down here and screened, so it is provided and within a reasonably short distance to the commercial units, and you then have the benefit of the public square and the public open space that will hopefully improve this very urban junction where it's significant names of traffic and traffic lights and traffic islands. So again, it's a design opinion, and it's whether convenience versus urban design versus aesthetics.
Thank you, Naomi. In common with a lot of planning applications, there are pros and cons to each one. I've got Councillor Brenton and then Councillor Hobbs-Chell.
I've already spoken. Councillor Hobbs-Chell first.
Thank you, Councillor Hobbs-Chell, and South Ward. All right, a couple of things. So slide 51 versus slide 49, you've got the elevations and trees. There seems to be somewhat of a discrepancy with tree heights. You're looking at the west elevation. So yes, on that particular one, you've got the site where the site boundary is. The trees are significantly higher than any of the buildings. If you go to slide 51 and look at the west elevation, the trees, in fact, are lower.
Naomi?
You can see the trees in the background, which are higher than the building in this image.
West, bottom one.
Well, because we're looking at the elevations and not the trees would be actually behind you. So it's just the how the graphics there.
If you look to the left of the screen, you've got a tree there, indicative of tree.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's just landscaping, but on this west elevation, they're not showing the tree belt in front of the buildings because you wouldn't see a lot of the elevation. So it's just how you draw elevations, but then you can see in the eastern elevation that the trees are very faintly behind, which are higher. They are significant mature trees. They are very tall. I don't know the exact height, so I can't say this is perfectly correct, but it's just the graphic representation of how you draw architectural elevations rather than.
Yeah, no, I understand all that. It was the discrepancy because they're both saying that they're at scale, but but you can't have two things can't be at scale and be out of filter. But it would be nice to have some clarification around those particular heights and screening. I think screening is particularly important for the community on these mature trees. So I'm curious around that, I suppose.
We're looking at the height of the trees, the mature trees.
Yeah.
In the protected zone.
And especially when you start to look at the landscaping of tree heights proposed on slide, the other one, 49, those trees are a good degree lower.
Okay, Naomi.
So when you these are the existing trees. I think any other trees shown on the street elevation are indicative. It shows that there will be landscaping. That's the public park area. We're looking at this from Christchurch Road, looking at it. So it's indicative of what it is. But in terms of the mature belts of trees, I don't know the exact height. The only thing I would suggest is if you were to go onto Google Street, you can get a good idea of how tall they are and how significant they are for your own reference.
No, I understand that it's indicative. It just doesn't. It doesn't tie up. I'm disappointed that it doesn't appear to be scaled correctly. It is, which makes me nervous about the indicative landscaping. That's I don't think they're going to come very.
Chairman, can I just make a comment? If she goes back to slide 51. Sorry. On slide 51, I think it's the lights in the room, but above the building, in that sort of greyed out area, there is a very shadow of those tall trees, and which are taller than the building, which matches with the other slide.
I can. It's the tree at the bottom that looks, but it might just be fine. It just makes me nervous about it. That's all. The next point was, if that's okay, policy HE4 amenity space. You said it doesn't quite meet the percentages of amenity space needed, and that therefore we were looking at off-site amenity for I think 40% of it. Remember correctly, has a contribution been provided for that in terms of monetary contribution? Because I'm assuming that's a necessity or not. And B, is that how appropriate is that if we've got retirement apartments with people with limited mobility, the ability to access, and then I've got a bit on surface water assessment. But,
Okay, Naomi.
Yeah, in terms of open space, policy HE4 provides guidance on how much open space should be provided for development, and it includes around 25 square meters of amenity green space. So my calculations of the estimated number of residents with maximum 184, that's if all the 2 beds were occupied by 2 people or potentially 3 people. So there would be a requirement for 0.65 hectares of open space in line with policy 84. 0.4 is provided on site, so there's only a small shortfall. And given the Sang and other open space that's very close by, that shortfall would be considered acceptable. I should also note every residents have their own outdoor amenity space as well. So most of the retirement living apartments either have their ground floor sort of outdoor amenity space or a balcony, and all of the general market apartments have their own amenity space as well. So we're not concerned about the provision of amenity space on this site with what's provided on site and what's available elsewhere in the area. And also in terms of retirement living, I don't believe retirement living residents want significant gardens. My understanding of the Carving Stone model is that they want communal spaces and smaller personal amenity spaces to do with management, etc. Hence you move to a development like this to reduce your sort of domestic work, I suppose.
Thank you. Are you satisfied with that? Did you have more that you wanted to?
My last comment was on the surface water assessments. Have all of the water and flooding assessments been revised according to the EA revisions on the 16th of January, or are they based on the old revisions?
It's based on current revisions. I did consult the Environment Agency, and the Environment Agency said to me, "Why are you consulting us?" So they had no comments on the proposal. It's a flood risk zone 1, and there's no significant flood risk concerns. So the Environment Agency had no comments. The Lead Flood Authority have reviewed it, and they've raised no objection to the proposal as well.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor Brenton.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Brenton, Litchfield Upton. One query, because my eyesight isn't as good as it used to be, and I can't read the tiny writing on some of the slides, even here. And then other comments. So on slide 54. Okay, we have, one assumes, grassy areas because they're green, but we also have what looks as though they should be ponds in the middle of them. Now, are they just, these are boggy bits, or are they amenity ponds, or are they subterranean ponds, or are they just bogs? And I can't read the little tiny writing at the side which points to them, so I don't know what they were. Because if the two on the grassy, they're not knolls, grassy bits are ponds, it's not mentioned anywhere, but it would be quite nice if it was. If the ones down at the side of the McCartney Stone building are ponds, or are they just boggy areas, or are they sort of ephemeral ponds as part of the suds? So that was my question, because then I'd want to ask about something else following on from that. So first of all, are they ponds?
And you've asked my bingo question, because I thought someone would ask this question when I saw the graphics myself. Unfortunately, on the landscaping plan, obviously when you zoom out and there's hatching, yes, that looks purple. It identifies species-rich grass.
Okay, so it's species-rich grass, yes, that happens to look like ponds.
Yeah, okay, exactly. Unfortunately, yeah, when you zoom out, and it's difficult to get all the information.
Okay, I can't, because I couldn't read the key.
Yeah, no,
so
I appreciate
can I come back in on that one then?
Yes, but briefly.
Okay, right. Because I was going back to the biodiversity elements of this. There's nothing over, I mean, you know, this is a new site. They're building everything from scratch. They could do whatever they wanted. Was there any discussion of covering the car parking areas with PV panels or even green roofs? What about elements like green roofs on this? You have great big slab buildings, and there are technologies these days that can create living green walls, which actually give nesting spaces for butterflies, moths, even birds. It just seems a very harsh prison-like block so much more could have been done to this in terms of biodiversity. And I find it quite interesting that we were sent a very interesting thing from McCartney Stone saying, why don't older people need outside space, basically? And all the buildings that were shown in that, all the elevations of all their various other developments are much more attractive. They're not such block-faced things. And it just seems like we're missing a trick here. So I just wanted to know what other elements of biodiversity have come into this, and what other provision for wildlife, rather than just, we've got lots of money, so we'll give you some money and then we can do what we want, which is what the impression is.
Thank you, Naomi.
Yes, so in terms of the roof provision and green roofs, the majority of the roof space is taken up with photovoltaic panels, which then provides the requirement for, or meets the requirement for renewable energy and actually exceeds it, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
And just in terms of other climate related rather than wildlife specific, we also have the electrical vehicle charging points within the development again. So that's a positive towards the climate change matter. In terms of wildlife, obviously we have mostly native planting on the site. There is a parkland being provided to the north, as we can see on that slide, and there's landscaping provided throughout the scheme. There's no policy requirement for them to provide green walls and to extend beyond landscaping on the site, so that we've no way of further securing that. They did submit the ecological impact assessment, which the Natural Environment team reviewed, and includes poles and fences for hedgehogs and your other standard requirements in terms of wildlife on the site and the planting. And also the Natural Environment team want the landscape ecological management plan, which has been conditioned to ensure that the landscaping is managed appropriately in terms of biodiversity on the site. So the developers done everything they have to in terms of our policy requirements.
Thank you, Naomi. So we have policies that there are things that we would like to have as policies, but we don't yet have as policies. We await the new local plan with interest. Anybody else? Councillor Hazard.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Beryl Hazard, Wareham Ward. There's a list of things about pre-commencement, and I'd like to know how you're going to actually get the developers to do these things once they've said this is, oh, well, we granted you to do this, but it says here on number 3 of the recommencement, which is page 66, I believe, on the application. No development shall commence until a detailed surface water management scheme for the site based upon hydrological context of development, including clarification how surface water is to be managed during construction. And I understand that the parish council and local people are worried about this. This is to be submitted and approved in writing to the planning authority. And the surface water scheme shall be fully implemented in accordance with the submitted details before the development is completed. Now, what actually is that a condition that you put on? Because I didn't say that was one of the conditions that necessarily you put on there.
As I understand it, those are conditions.
Required by the statute.
So they're requirements, but that's a condition that is part of the approval. I'll defer to officers, but my understanding is that you do this or you don't start.
Oh, I see. So they have to sign something to come. They have to sign something to say, or show you the report of this flood risk element before they can commence, and they won't be allowed to commence until as Dorset Council Planning has received that. So, am I correct?
Yeah, again, I'll defer to the officer in a minute, but it's the plan has to be submitted to and approved in writing by the planning authority. And my understanding is that If they don't, or if it's not approved, then they have to change it or not start. Is that
Or we
correct?
take enforcement action. Or there.
Or we take enforcement action.
So can I check, is this checked for viability from the Dorset Council to see that what they're saying will actually is possible?
Please, Naomi.
Yes, it's been reviewed by the lead flood authority officers within Dorset Council. They review the drainage strategy. They only say whether they agree with no objection if they're satisfied that that strategy can be achieved. Those conditions specify the details that the our lead flood authority team need to finalise the design, etc. We have a discharge or conditioning process. That's the next step after the planning process. So if an application is granted, they then have to submit the information for the discharge conditions at the various different stages, be it pre-commencement, pre-occupation, and hence I've set those out depending on the triggers on the slide in front of you.
A supplementary. In there, it talks about attenuation. I might be a bit ignorant, but I don't understand what attenuation is. So could you explain that, please?
Yeah, so the attenuation is the holding of the water. So if you see under the car parking spaces, we have these blue squares. So these are the attenuation areas. So there will be essentially drainage crates in the ground or whatever system they're using, which holds which when the water runs off the building, all the blue pipes will direct the water to this subterranean hole in the ground, usually, as I say, below the car parking. And then you have restrictors on these attenuation facilities that then release the water at a restricted rate. So when a lead flood authority officer reviews this, they look at that strategy and what the flow rates are, etc. So they are the experts in that point, and they review that information, and then I base my assessment on their view of it. So it's basically holding the water and then releasing it at restricted rates, which is a standard drainage mechanism.
Thank you. Yes, okay. Do we have any other people wanting to speak, or does anyone wish to make a proposal? Councillor Gorringe? And Councillor.
I'm Councillor Barry Gorringe, St Leonards and St Ives Ward. I'm going to recommend for approval as per the officer's report, with subject to the 106 agreement being signed and the specified date in the report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Florrick, do you wish to?
I just had a quick question. Councillor Scott Florrick, Corfe Mullen Ward. Along Elizabeth, is it Elizabeth Way? Is there any pedestrian access along that, besides at the very top and at the very bottom where you could walk around to the access? Is there any pedestrian cut-throughs along there?
No,
Defer to my highway colleagues from the link road through to the development.
From Elizabeth, like from the little side to the development.
Yeah, you asked me if there is a cut through into, I think there is, you see it on that.
Where the car park is?
Through where the car parking is between the drive-through.
Right.
I mean, you can probably see it on the landscape.
The whole of the fence, they'll walk through.
Yeah, that's what I was.
I don't think I have it on the slide.
You know, just on landscape.
That's the landscape plan.
Yeah, so you've got the car parking for the general market apartments, and then you can see there's like a footway. And then there's the parking for the drive-through.
Oh, right there.
It was shown on a plan that there would be a access point through there.
Thank you. My only concern there was that people are just going to go through the landscaping, which wouldn't look very nice. But as long as there is an access, there's not a crossing, but there's at least an access.
No, can we just come back on terms of the crossing along that route? The reason that it would have been removed was we've got the right turn lanes for the Diddle development and for coming into this development. So there wouldn't be an appropriate place for there to be a crossing along that point. And like we said previously, there is a crossing at the northern end where the entrance to Lidl is. So that would be the desire line to get into Lidl. And there's a crossing just south of the is it Clarence? The road there's an uncontrolled one. So those are the two crossing points which are the most appropriate to be used. And we've got grass verges going along both road sides to discourage people from crossing at the inappropriate points. So there are two crossing points around that section of road.
Okay, so to answer your question, we've had a proposal from Councillor Gorringe. Is there anyone who's going to second it? Councillor Azadi.
Yeah, I would like to second the proposal that Councillor Gorringe has put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else who wants to speak, or shall we move straight to the vote? Okay, given the lack of waving hands, we'll move to the vote. And all those who are in favour of the proposal, which is to accept as per the recommendation, officer's recommendation, which is, let me just get it properly. No computers. So the recommendation is to delegate authority to the corporate director for planning, the service manager for development management, enforcement, or the development management area manager east to either grant permission following completion of a section 106 agreement, which include the education contribution, the special education needs contribution, NHS contributions, community facility contributions, SAM contribution, new forest mitigation contribution, air quality mitigation, and the viability review clause, which I think we were told could increase the contributions if that was a viable review. Or if the Section 106 agreement is not signed, to refuse permission for the reasons set out below, which is in the absence of a legally binding mechanism to ensure the delivery of the obligations listed above. So that's proposal, that's seconded. Can I see all those in favour, please show? Got 1, 2, 3. All those opposed, please show. 1, 2. All those abstaining. 1, 2, 3, 4. Abstentions win.
What happens then?
However, 3 votes to 2 is an approval. No, my count of votes was right, wasn't it, Megan? Yep. So in that case, P for 2024-06847 has been approved. Right. So we can move on. What I'm going to do, I think, at this moment, now we take a 10-minute comfort break.
12 o'clock.
Then
Yeah.
come back here at just gone 3 minutes past 12.
I won't be away from here by 4:30.
Welcome back, everybody. It's 12:03. We have our next item, which is 6, which is P full 2025 04406 Old Lord's House, High Street, Mountain Travis, Swanage. This will be presented by Dana Mitsugori Curran.
I am.
Just a note, we've got the public speakers, we've got one of the public speakers will be online. I'm not sure whether he's on, but we might hear from him, I hope, after the presentation by the officer. Okay, Diana, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. This presentation is, sorry, forgot the main thing. This presentation is a summary of my report, which I trust you have all had the opportunity to read. The slides in this application, in this presentation are numbered, should you need to refer back to them, to particular slide. This is an application for full planning permission for 15 dwellings, together with the provision of central green, sports space, community land, associated parking and infrastructure. The application is presented to the committee for a member's decision where the parish council and the ward member have raised an objection that is contrary to the officer's recommendation. In terms of an update, the applicant has submitted an information pack regarding the application. This has been circulated to committee members and published on the Dorset website. Two additional conditions have been added to secure appropriate surface materials and be able to use management plan for the purpose of the proposed community sports courts and the nursery play area. This slide shows the location of the application site within the wider committee area. The site is approximately 4.4 hectares, located immediately north of the High Street in London Metravis, adjoining the settlement boundaries. The land is also identified on the Dorset Council Brownfield Land Register, which confirms its status as previously developed land and supports its potential for redevelopment. The slide also lies within the Dorset National Landscape, formerly AONB, and partly within the Langton Metravis Conservation Area. There are two Grade 2 listed buildings, Little Dampert and Windworth, sit immediately to the east of the boundary. Although some areas of the site are enclosed, there are also open views extending towards the Purbeck Ridge and Swanage Bay. This slide shows several public rights of way which are crossing or adjoining the site. They provide connectivity between the village and the surrounding countryside. This slide illustrates how the site is divided into three distinct sections: the southern, the central, and the northern. It also sets out the site in its wider location context. This slide shows views of the High Street from the side entrance junction looking east and west. On photo 3, it indicates that the side entrance and the Garfield Lane, which is opposite. Photograph 1 illustrates existing access via the old Malt House Lane, which will be utilised and widened at the entrance of the site. Or the photograph 2 illustrates the additional existing access via Mount Pleasant Lane. These two photographs illustrate the existing playfield and recreation ground located off the High Street, which is opposite the site. Application site. The site covers approximately 4.4 hectares and sits just north of the High Street in Langton Metravis and outside of the settlement boundary. It was previously part of the school and it's now largely open land with former playing fields, terraces, mature trees, hedgerows, stone walls, a sports court, and the remaining of the open air swimming pool. The line sloped gently from the southwest towards the northeast, creating a transition between the village and the wooded Cork Valley. Housing adjoins to the side of the south and east, while the farmland to the north and west gives a clear village edge setting. The following 3 slides show views across the site. So the view 1 is taken within a central section of the site, looking towards from west to east. View 2 and 4 are taken from the southern section towards the west and towards the old Malthouse Lane. View 3 is illustrating the existing tennis courts to the south eastern corner of the site. Views 5 and 6 are taken within the south section towards east, southeast, and the tennis courts, while views 7 and 8 are taken from the south towards northwest. And finally, views 9 is taken within the central section towards northwest and north. 10 looks towards west, while the 10 and 11 are taken from the middle of the site towards east and southeast. The proposal is for the full planning application for 15 dwellings on the former school site. The proposal includes a central green, sports space, community land, associated parking, and supporting infrastructure. This slide outlines the land uses across the site. The scheme provides a mix of market and affordable homes with built development concentrated in the southern part, which adjoins the existing village. The northern part of the site is kept largely open space, and the existing nursery play area is retained. The mature trees and boundary features are also kept where possible to help maintain the rural character. This slide highlights the supporting infrastructure proposed as part of the scheme. Footpaths, parking areas, and associated infrastructure are included throughout the layout. Vehicle access would be taken from the old Malthouse Lane, as indicated on this slide. This slide illustrates the vehicle movement routes throughout the site, along with the internal pedestrian routes. The sustainable drainage system is proposed to manage the surface water. This slide provides a summary of the proposed development. Schemes deliver a mix of dwellings along with the central green and sports space. Existing open areas in the central and the northern parts of the site are retained for community use. The proposal also includes a wildlife pond and a drainage point. Parking, associated infrastructure, and a new vehicle access are incorporated as part of the overall layout. The next 4 slides show some of the examples of the proposed dwellings. This slide represents an example of a 4-bedroom dwelling, which also meets the building regulations requirements of M4, adaptable accessible dwelling. This example relates to plot 3. This slide shows an example of 3-bedroom dwelling with a double garage, which is plot 4. This slide shows an example of a 3-bedroom dwelling designed to accommodate up to 5 persons. This is affordable housing dwellings with plots 10 and 11. And this slide shows plots 12 and 13, which are 1-bedroom ground floor flats, and plot 14 and 15, which are 2-bedroom first floor flats, which is together these form the affordable housing block flats. Moving on to local representations. 24 representations were received from third party. 18 comments received objecting to the proposal, and 6 are of the general comments. Comments are summarised in section 8 of the officer report, and the full comments are available online.
In terms of consultee responses, objections were received from the ward member and the parish council and Sports England. The parish council also notified the case officer on 9th of February of the recent road traffic accident at the junction opposite Old Mount House Lane. Dorset Council highways have been informed of this information. And also this information has been shared with the Democratic Services, the committee chair and vice chair, and it has been uploaded to the Dorset Council website. This slide shows the consultees who raised no objection subject to conditions. And this shows slides consultees with no objection. And the consultees who have offered some comments. Moving on to the officer assessment. Principle of development. The site is former Old Mold House School located next but outside of the Langton and Travis settlement boundary. It is identified on the Dorset Council Brownfield Land Register and lies within the Dorset National Landscape with part of the site in the conservation area. Policy H8 allows up to 15 dwellings next to a settlement of this size, and this proposal aligns with that limit. Its part brownfield status and proximity to village services support the principle of development, and it helps meet local and affordable housing needs at a time of reduced housing land supply. Given the sensitive landscape and heritage context, development is focused on the southern part of the site, with open space retained to the northern part. In principle, the proposal is acceptable, subject to detailed design, landscape, and heritage. The scheme proposes 15 dwellings comprising 6 affordable homes and 9 open market homes, which meets the policy H11 requirements for 40% affordable housing on site. The mix includes 1, 2, and 3 bedroom affordable units alongside 3 and 4 bedroom open market homes. Plots 1 and 3 now meet the M4 accessible and adaptable standards, and affordable plots 10 and 11 have been enlarged to accommodate 5-person unit to better meet the family need. The affordable homes are arranged in pairs of semi-detached dwellings and a block of 4 flats. This layout is appropriate for the scale of the site, and the design ensures tenure blindness through consistent materials and detailing. Dorset Council Housing Enabling Officer supports the revised layout and confirms it meets the local housing needs. The tenure blind of the affordable housing will be finalised through the Section 106 agreement with priority to householders with all local connections. Overall, the scheme delivers a balanced mix and complies with policies H9 and H11 and makes a meaningful contribution to affordable provision. Moving on to design and appearance. Again, the application proposes 15 dwellings, including 6 affordable homes, together with the central green, community land, sports space and parking. Access will be from the Old Mold House Lane, and the layout maintains connections to the existing footpaths and public right-of-ways. The scheme has been shaped by the landscape sensitivities and pre-application advice, reducing the number of dwellings from 20 to 15 and keeping development to the less sensitive southern part of the site. This avoids the more visual exposure of the northern section. The layout reflects the local pattern of the low-density housing on generous plots and helps protect the views towards the Purbeck Ridge and Swanage Bay. Although some hedgerow, dry stone walls and trees will be removed, this is offset by the comprehensive landscaping strategy that includes increased hedgerow planting, restored dry stone walls, new trees and copses planting, and biodiversity measures such as rich species grassland and the biodiversity pond. The proposed dwellings are modest 2-storey buildings that use traditional materials such as perfect stone, natural slate, and clay tiles to reflect the local vernacular and the conservation area context. The design follows the local settlement pattern, and the layout and the density accords with policy H8 for small sites next to the service village. The affordable homes have been updated to ensure visual coherence across the scheme. The development includes open space, naturalistic sustainable drainage features, and the low-level directional lighting to protect dark skies. The landscape and visual impact assessment concludes that the mitigation visual effects would be neutral to negligible. Those council landscape officers raised no objections subject to condition regarding the ridge heights, materials, landscaping, and drainage details. Overall, the proposal complies with relevant policies of the Perfect Local Plan and NPPF guidance. The site lies within the Dorset National Landscape and the Cove Valley character area, and it's also part of the conservation area and close to 2 listed buildings. National and local policy requires great weight to be given to the conserving landscape and scenic beauty. Development has been focused on the less sensitive southern part of the former school site, avoiding the more visually exposed northern section. Although 15 dwellings meet the NPPF definition of major housing development, the scheme is not considered major development within the national landscape due to its scale, location, and limited landscape effects. The development accords with the guidance for the Cove Valley character area, which prioritizes the reuse of the previously developed land, housing that complements the local settlement pattern, sensitive design of green space, and limitation of light pollution to the protected dark skies. Dorset National Landscape Team and the Council's Landscape Officer both confirmed that the scheme has responded well to the early advice. They support the reduced scale, the use of brownfield land, the clustered layout, and the inclusion of strong mitigation such as new planting, careful material choices, and the dark sky sensitive lighting. The landscape and visual impact assessment is considered robust and concludes that residual effect will be limited and localized. Principal resident condition is applied to ensure homes are not used as second homes. Overall, the scheme conserves and enhances the special qualities of the Dorset National Landscape and complies with relevant policy of the Perfect Local Plan and NPPF provisions. Moving on to conservation area and heritage assets. The site is partly within the Langton Mantravers conservation area and is adjacent to two Grade 2 listed buildings, Little Danford and Windworth. Statutory duties under the Planning Listed and Buildings and Conservation Act requires preservation of listed building settings and conservation area character. The scheme retains significant area of open space and follows the linear pattern of the old Malthouse Lane, helping to preserve key views towards the Purbeck Hills and the coast. There is no physical impact on the nearby listed buildings, and the layout maintains important views towards Little Danford, with distances and existing vegetation reducing any sense of intrusion. The design also avoids harm of the setting of the windwork with additional landscaping, providing further screening. The heritage statement, together with the conservation officer assessment, concludes that there would be no harm to the character of the or the appearance of the conservation area or the setting of the listed building, subject to agreement of detailed materials and design. Overall, the proposal is considered to comply with policy E2 of the Perfect Local Plan and section 16 of the National Planning Policy Guidance. Moving on to the local amenity. With regards to the existing dwellings, this slide sets out the relationship between the proposed dwellings and surrounding properties. The closest separation distance is approximately 35 meters between the Capitol House and the proposed community sports space, which is slightly greater than the current separation distance. Between existing dwellings and the new houses, the closest boundary distance is around 15 meters, with most relationships falling between 20 and 52 meters. Plot 3, which is here, plot 3 has been raised in representation, but it sits around 24 meters from the boundary and 40 meters building to building from the existing building Tara, which is considered acceptable given the screening provided by existing and proposed vegetation. Concerns about traffic, overlooking, lighting and construction disturbances can be addressed through planning conditions, including a construction traffic management plan, a lighting strategy and detailed landscaping. Overall, the layout and separation distances are typical of residential setting, and no unacceptable impact on neighbouring amenities have been identified. With regards to the future occupiers, all of the proposed buildings meet the national space standards and each has a private garden. The layout has been designed to avoid harmful overlooking between properties and provide access to communal open space and the central green. The two-storey homes are arranged to secure good levels of light, privacy and outlook, and the significant surrounding open space contributes to a high standard of accommodation. The internal road layout and footpaths are also to support safe and inclusive movement throughout the site. Overall, the scheme achieves a good quality living environment in accordance with policy E12 and section 12 of the NPPF. Moving on to highways. The site will be accessed from the Old Malthouse Lane, which is approximately 85 metres north of the High Street. The Parish Council and Ward member have raised concern about visibility at the High Street junction, on-street parking and the proximity to St George's Primary School. The Highways Authority had confirmed that visibility at the junction is acceptable, as the curving of the High Street provides a clear sight line, and the position is consistent with the previous application. Within the site, the Old Malthouse Lane will be widened to 5 meters and internal roads upgraded to allow for refuse and emergency vehicles and safety passage. Steps-free pedestrian routes and resting points are included in line with inclusive mobility guidance, and speed control measures will be secured through conditions. Predicted traffic levels equates to around 22 movements in the morning peak and 16 in the evening, which is approximately 1 vehicle every 3 minutes, and it's not considered severe under the NPPF. A construction traffic management plan will also be required to manage vehicle routes, delivering schedules, wheel cleaning and temporary traffic controls. The proposal provides 44 on-site parking spaces which meet Dorset Council standards, and the car parking management plan will be secured. Although active travel options are limited by the rural location, regular bus services operate along the High Street. The scheme also includes electric vehicle charging infrastructure to support the sustainable travel. The Highway Authority concludes that, subject to conditions, the transport impacts are not severe and that the proposal complies with policy I2 of the Further Local Plan and the NPPF. The refuse and servicing arrangements will be managed through curbside collection for all dwellings, and the Dorset Waste Services have raised no objection. The proposed servicing strategy is considered acceptable. Those arrangements are also acceptable for emergency vehicle use. The site is close to public footpaths. Countryside and Green Space team raised no objection, provided standard guidance are applied to safeguard these routes. These include that all the footpath must remain unobstructed and free of materials during construction, with surface kept clean and well drained. A financial contribution of 1,100 secured through the Section 106 agreement will fund the replacement of 2 stiles with accessible pedestrian gates to support inclusive access for residents, including families, older people, and those with limited mobility. These measures comply with NPPF and the relevant policies of the perfect local plan by maintaining safe, inclusive, and accessible public routes. The site is covered by an area tree preservation order and lies within the Langton Metropolis conservation area, so the trees are a key consideration. The council's tree officer has reviewed all the arboriculture information, including updated details from the applicant. 3 trees will be removed: a high-quality sycamore, a moderate-quality Scots pine, and a low-quality sycamore. Although the grade A sycamore is a positive feature, its removal is not expected to cause significant harm and will be mitigated through replacement planting. The landscaping scheme provides appropriate mitigation for all losses. All other significant trees on the site will be retained and protected. Additional information confirms that any intrusion into the root protection areas are minimal. Ground levels will remain untouched and no excavation are planned within the most sensitive areas. In some locations, existing compacted surfaces will act as a natural root barrier. The tree officer is satisfied that the protection measures are adequate, subject to conditions securing the tree protection plan and the use of the no-dig constructions where required. There is therefore no arboricultural objection, and the proposal complies with the NPPF and the policies from the Perfect Local Plan. The ecological impact assessment has been approved by Dorset Council Natural Environment Team. Biodiversity impacts will be managed through construction, landscape, and lighting plans secured by condition. The revised lighting scheme protects dark corridors and safeguards bats and other nocturnal species. Mitigation and enhancement includes habitat retention, native planting, and dedicated biological features. Overall, the scheme meets policy E10 of the Dorset Biodiversity Protocol and the NPPF. With regards to biodiversity net gain, the development delivers more than the required 10% biodiversity net gain entirely on site. Through habitat creation, enhancement and sensitive design, and fully complies with our Environmental Act, the NPPF, and the policies and the relevant policy of the Perfect Local Plan. The site lies within the flood zone 1, and the applicant has demonstrated that infiltration-led drainage is viable. Following additional technical clarification, the lead local flood authority has removed its objection, and it's satisfied that the surface water can be managed safely on site, subject to conditions securing a detailed drainage design and long-term maintenance. The scheme therefore meets national SAT standards and the local plan requirements. The site lies within the safeguarded mineral area, but the Mineral Planning Authority raised no objection, and any future extraction risk can be mitigated. The scheme also meets waste policy requirements by providing suitable on-site waste separation and storage. Loss of sports facilities. Development would remove the former school playing field and the 2 derelict tennis courts. Although these have not been used for formal sports since the school closes in 2007, they are still treated as existing sports facilities for planning purposes. The site has never been publicly accessible and was not designated as an asset of community value in 2024 when it was applied for. National policy requires that such land is only developed where there is a surplus, replaced, or whether the available benefits outweigh the loss. And the local plan policy I4 also reflects this. Sports England has objected, but it is a non-statutory consulting in this case because the playing field has not been used for over 5 years. Sports England requested for a financial contribution, and however, it cannot be supported as this does not meet the legal test in the community infrastructure level regulations. The scheme does provide 800 square metres of multifunctional sports courts for year-round use by the community and the school, offering opportunities for activities such as five-a-side football, tennis, netball, and informal recreation. The applicant has committed to using a high-quality polymeric surface and ensuring that the facility is acceptable and managed for the long-term community benefit. This will be secured by conditions. When assessed against the paragraph 106, 104 of the NPPF, the scheme has been considered against the three policy criteria as out in this slide. Regarding the criterion A, the available evidence is out of date and did not include this playing field in its assessment. There is no current or robust basis for determining whether the facility is a surplus to requirement when considered against the paragraph 104A. The proposal includes a replacement sports court, which partly meets criterion B, although it does not fully replace former playing field. However, the development does comply with criterion C as the new sports facility and the wider public benefits of the housing scheme outweighs the loss of the former playing field. Although this provision is not fully like-to-like replacement of the former playing field, it offers meaningful mitigation. When balanced against the wider public benefits of the development, the overall planning judgment supports granting permission. In summary, the scheme provides 15 dwellings, including 6 affordable homes in a location with a recognised housing need and is partly previously developed land. Development is focused on the less sensitive southern part of the site, with mitigation ensuring limited landscape and heritage effects. Biodiversity, drainage, trees and highway matters can all be addressed through conditions. Although Sports England has a non-statutory objection, the enhanced multi-use sports courts and the wider public benefits outweigh the loss of the former playing field. Overall, the proposal accords with the development plan and there is no material consideration that justifies refusal. The following planning obligations are required by legal agreement post-decision: affordable housing, education contribution, special educational needs, education contribution, public rights of way contribution, and public open space. As set out in the officer report, the number of conditions are required to ensure the scheme is acceptable, and these are set out on this slide. They are split into pre-commencement, pre-done proof course, pre-occupation, compliance, and other conditions. By the way of summary, all matters are considered acceptable, subject to conditions as set out in this slide. The officer recommendation is A, to approve, or B, to refuse application as set out in this slide. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Diana. We have a number of public speakers on this. The first public speaker My agenda is Lee Merrick, but I understand Peter Gonob is online and has an appointment that he needs to get to. So if Peter is with us, if you could.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
You've got 3 minutes from when you start speaking. You'll be notified when there's 30 seconds left. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, away you go.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address the committee.
Sorry. Excuse me, Peter, could you put your camera on, please?
I've tried to do so, but it doesn't seem to want to do it. I don't know whether that's any better or not.
Okay.
Hello?
It's we can see something, but not a lot.
Yeah,
Right.
it's Teams is malfunctioning on my computer. I apologize. So I am here.
It's okay. If you carry on.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity.
3 minutes.
The parish council and residents have collaborated on a set of speaker notes, which I hope have been shared with everybody. I think these notes provide a more balanced view of our collective assessment, but as I've got 3 minutes, I'm going to have to focus on the deficiencies in the recommendation which has been set before you. My colleague John Sinclair will comment on traffic and traffic management issues. I want to comment on two related matters which where the recommendation is very much at fault. As presented, the recommendation relies on, and we've heard just now, is justified by the achievements of a successful negotiation through multiple planning discussions, pre-app discussions, and that has delivered a number of benefits. The most critical achievement, and the one which has been emphasized this morning and is cited no less than 10 times in the officer's formal recommendation, is the concentration of the proposed development toward the southern end of the site. This achievement is absolutely essential to the recommendation since it supports the contention that the proposal before you is consistent with policy H8 of the Purbeck local plan. And this is the critical part, is also permissible under the National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 190, as well as footnote 67. Without this, any proposed development on this site in a national landscape outside the settlement boundary would be rejected out of hand. It is in this context, and with an eye towards the flexible settlements policy being promoted by Dorset Council Planning, in the current being consulted Dorset local plan, that the parish council and residents see a high risk, a very high risk, that absent additional protections, this southern concentration is very likely to be undone within the next 18 to 20 months. Therefore, the parish council was encouraged to petition for a section 106 restrictions, which would preserve this achievement of southern concentration for a longer time frame than until the next application is made. The critical nature of this request cannot be overemphasized, since the proposed development will be delivered under a framework which is likely to render nugatory the principal rationale being provided today for supporting it. Basically, unless there are Section 106 commitments prohibiting further development, then the entire justification for the recommendation contained in paragraphs 4.2 through 4.6 of the officer's recommendation is false, and the main achievement cited in that recommendation is at best ephemeral. So we asked the committee to require Section 106 restrictions on further development of the site. Thank you very much. I'm going to go get a tooth pulled.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Mr. Gollop. Next, we have Lee Merrick.
Did not get that. Yeah.
Mr. Merrick, again, you have 3 minutes from when you start speaking, and you'll be notified when there's 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Today's bid is a third phase from this developer who's been involved on the site for 8 years now. The current second phase, which is in progress at the moment, started in spring 23 and is likely to complete this year, which is nearly 4 years later, for the 19 new units. 6 others were conversions in the first stage, bringing the current total to about 25 total planned units. Flooding and drainage have been part of the ongoing problem, and it's still ongoing for the site at present. What distinguishes today's third, what I call green phase before you, is the undisguised and assault on the conservation area and the national landscape, which has been referred to a little bit already. This is a first, and I think it sits rather uneasily with the long codified national landscape rules. The site is intertwined with rights of way, as was mentioned, in fact, in the briefing just now, all over Purbeck, and it provides unrivaled and actually very popular vistas and networks to the Isle of Wight, Ballard. Those who will know the area I'm talking about, across to Poole Harbour, etc. We are in an age, I think, that increasingly cherishes assets like this, and I believe that what is planned at the moment is damaging in some way to that enjoyment. The answer in all this brings me to the key matter of need. I think the village scores low on shops and services and jobs, but pretty high on units that are not fully occupied or owner occupied. And I know there are measures to address that sort of thing, but high on the list of difficulties is the traffic junction with the high street, again mentioned in the briefing earlier on. These are values which have got a story behind them. Regarding traffic, the outlet onto the steeply inclined, narrow high street remains the threatening junction that we have warned about and complained about to highways over the last 3 decades. I mean, look no further than 2026, and I think, as was mentioned already, 1 accident already with 2 cars at a junction, resulting in several £1,000s worth of damage. The previous chairman of the parish council lives within 20 metres of that junction and has a list, or a litany, in fact, of bumps and scrapes which would be available if necessary. My suggestion is that it needs re-examining. I do believe the public probably knows this area.
Mr. Merrick, I think you've had your 3 minutes.
Right, okay. Can I finish with 1 sentence? Just very soon. An extra 40 household worth of traffic is a recipe for trouble here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Claire Bolton, who is the agent. You have 3 minutes from when you start speaking. You'll be notified when 30 seconds are left. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members, for the opportunity to address the committee today. Trust that you have all received a copy of our short briefing pack bestowing the virtues of this proposal, which was shown on the screen at the start of this presentation. To this end, I would like to reinforce a few of the reasons why the officer's recommendation should be supported and why the application before you is worthy of approval. The proposals deliver 15 dwellings, including 6 affordable homes, on brownfield land in a location that is supported by Policy H8 and in a district where housing need is critical. Statutory consultees, including your Highways Officer, Landscape Officer, Conservation Officer, Flood Risk Management Officer and Dorset's Natural Environment Team, amongst others, have assessed this proposal in detail and supports it. The scheme exceeds the 10% biodiversity net gain requirement, retains mature trees, preserves important views, and incorporates a new community sports facility whilst retaining an existing nursery provision space for the local school. We acknowledge the parish council and local residents have concerns about traffic, and your highway authority has carefully considered these concerns and worked with the applicant's transport consultant to ensure the increase in traffic is not severe. The scheme will also widen Old Malthouse Lane to 5 metres throughout its length, with internal roads designed to the same standard. The proposals also include step-free routes and rest places to enhance accessibility for all users. We also acknowledge the objection from Sports England, but your officers have assessed this and considered the upgraded 800 square metre sports space proposed is vastly better than the derelict courts currently on site. This, combined with the benefits of delivering 15 homes, including those 6 affordable homes, where there is an established need, and improvements to vehicular access and biodiversity, together outweigh any conceived harm from this loss. Your Landscape and Conservation Officer and the Dorset National Landscape Team have examined the landscape and visual impact assessment submitted, which looked at sensitive viewpoints across the site, including from the Purbeck Ridge, and they are satisfied that, subject to conditions, the proposal will integrate into the landscape without undue harm. Whilst your Conservation and Landscape Officer expressed support at the outset, the applicant nevertheless was concerned of local residents' concerns about the proposed lighting strategy, and in response, the design was significantly amended to comprise just one street light by the sports space, supplemented by motion-activated sensors for the homes. This proposal is the product of extensive pre-application discussions between the applicant and your council between May 2024 through to early 2025. The applicant also held a public consultation in August of last year, and the scheme before you is the product of this thorough engagement. We hope the committee will acknowledge the extensive work undertaken by officers over the past 6 months, during which the applicant has consistently engaged and proactively responded. Overall, this is a well-designed, policy-compliant scheme that responds thoughtfully to the constraints and delivers real benefits for Langton Travers. For the reasons I've set out, I commend the officer's recommendation to approve the application and respectfully ask members here today to support that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 2 more public speakers. It should take us 6 minutes. We're 10 minutes from our 1 o'clock deadline. So before we move on, I think right now, can we take a vote on extending the meeting beyond our normal 3 hours? All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unanimous. Thank you. Next public speaker is Councillor John Sinclair from Langton Travers Parish Council.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've got 4 points that I'd like to emphasise: traffic management, site safety, sports facility and occupancy. Traffic management. Primary hazard is the volume and speed of traffic that travels on the B3069, which is Langton Maltravers High Street. Despite having a 20-mile-per-hour zone in place, traffic frequently speeds, and we've already heard about 1 RTA that's happened so far this year. Increasing the volume of traffic exiting onto the 3069 will increase the risk of more RTAs. The traffic officer has looked at putting mitigation measures in place, but these don't address the primary concern. Primary concern is speeding traffic. Without traffic calming measures on the B3069, we will have more RTAs. So putting lines to stop parents dropping children off is not going to cut it. Next one is site safety. We've heard about the second phase development that is already in place. They supposedly had a site traffic management plan. They've not adhered to it. We've tried to hold them to account. We've been unable to. They appear to be operating in breach of the construction design and management regulations. We've approached the HSE, we've approached the district council, and we get nowhere to try and hold these people to account. So we'd like to think that the new developer, when they come in, they will operate in accordance with CDM, and we'll be able to hold them to account. The next one is the sports facility. The reason why the tennis courts are fallen derelict is because residents haven't been allowed to use them. They've been locked up, chained away. So we'd like to know what the new sports facility is going to look like, what we're actually going to get there, because at the moment we're just getting vague statements of some AstroTurf, but that doesn't cut it in terms of providing a sports facility. And then the final point is occupancy. Significant number of houses in Langton Maltravers are second homes. We appreciate that the way it stands at the moment, these houses should be sold for people primary occupancy, and that should therefore reduce the risk of them being sold as second homes. But we appreciate that as developments progress, things weaken down. So we'd like to think there's going to be some assurance that these homes will be for residents and not second homeowners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I've got one last public speaker who is the Dorset Council ward member, Councillor Ben Wilson, who is online. Ben, can you hear us?
I can hear you if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Excellent. I am on camera. I am unfortunately in a public space, but I'm able to speak. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. Let me first say that I appreciate the applicants have been through the pre-application process. They've made amendments according to the feedback they've received, which is great. My intention is not to oppose the development of this site, but to ensure that the impact of the development on the local area and residents is fully understood and mitigated. With the development of this scale in a protected rural setting, it is legitimate for residents and local bodies to have reservations and seek reassurance. Unfortunately, reservations regarding the future development of old Malthouse site are compounded by the real experience, which you've just heard from two of the speakers, of the current development of 19 homes, which is directly adjacent to this proposed site. It's my strong belief that you can't disaggregate this new planning application from that previous construction, which is still in progress. Nowhere is this felt more than in the highways assessment. The total vehicular increase is listed at 7.8 in the inspector's report as 44 on-site parking spaces for 15 homes. This is in addition to 38 spaces made available for the 19 house development, which is stage 2. I want to know from Highways if when they've done their assessment, they have looked at the total impact of 82 increased traffic numbers. I don't think they have. If they haven't, then I'm sorry, the Highways assessment is not adequate and it is inappropriate and needs to be redone. We need to be thinking about public safety here and highway safety. And I'm not convinced yet that Highways have fully assessed the impact of this level of increased traffic in this area, particularly on that junction. The suggestion that there could be a TRO in place is entirely impractical. It's right next door to a school. I go past there at 8:30 in the morning. I see the school drop off. I see the congestion that causes. The zigzags are ineffective. There's no enforcement. It is a blind junction. And that is what we're talking about, sending 82 cars up and down on a daily basis. I do wish to point out, as you've heard, that the local residents here have had to endure 4 years of development. And if you do choose to grant permission today, I do ask this committee to look at the strength of conditions you can put in place around future development. So to make sure that this is further contained. The last thing I want to say, it's great that these are going as primary residences. That shows that the Purbeck local plan is working. I ask every member on this committee to support me in trying to enforce this through into the Dorset local plan so that we can keep the primary residence policy and ensure that developments such as this and the next one you're about to hear on the agenda are retained as primary residences. Thank you.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. If I can ask officers and planning officers and highways officers have been referenced, so if you can respond to some of these points raised and then see where we go from there.
I think I'm going to respond first for all the questions with the planning, and then I will pass on to my highways colleague. Is that okay?
That's fine. It's good.
So yes, thank you. I'm going to respond to Mr. Gollop's questions first. So concentration on the southern side, yes. So that was all agreed within the pre-application advice. It makes sense to build on right next to the boundary, settlement boundary. It's fully fully supported by policy H8 of the local perfect local plan. With regards to a future development, we can only assess application in front of us. The previous application was within a settlement boundary, and it's completely separate from this. It might be the same developer, but this is not in front of us today. Anything else that it might come in the future, it will have to come as a planning application, and it will have to be assessed separately. So if there is any worry that this might cause trouble, it will come back to the planning. So and for those reasons, I think it's unnecessary to, on this particular application, to put another legal agreement to control future development. It can't be done. I think that was all from Mr. Gollop. Pass on to Mr. Merritt. Again, the previous application was within the settlement boundary. It's the only issue we can discuss is for this application. With regards to national landscape impact, the National Landscape Officer has been consulted, and detailed consultation has been done at the pre-application advice. There is no objection from a landscape visual impact assessment. It's been robustly looked at with the Dorset Council landscape team. There is no impact on the rights of way, and also there is a contribution which is going to be secured by Section 106 agreement to replace the two gates. And then that next is traffic, which I'm going to pass on to Susan later. Councillor Sinclair, that was mainly to do with traffic, but I'm going to sports facilities. So the sports facilities, the tennis courts, they have always been private, it was a private school. So if there was any community use, I understand it was if the landowner has ever let them use it, but it's never been in public use. With regards to occupancy, there is a condition that it cannot be a second-hand homes, so that's been conditioned already. Yes, and the site safety, obviously that's also been conditioned, especially with the traffic obstruction management plan and anything like this. Councillor Wilson, I'm going to get a highways to answer all the highways issues. And again, I think Councillor Wilson has mentioned the construction management. Again, that's going to be conditioned. I hope that's all I can written down. So hopefully there's no more.
Okay, and highways, you have thoughts on this?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So there's quite a lot to talk about and respond to, so I want to try and walk members through it so they're assured. As part of this development proposal, the applicant submitted a transport statement that is looking at the traffic and transport impacts on the highway network. And it does use industry standard tools as part of that. There are predicted to be, for this particular development, 10 movements in the AM peak and 7 in the PM peak. But when you look at the committed and consented development at the moment, as your planning officer alluded to earlier, there's a total of 22 movements in the AM peak and 16 in PM peak. That's predicted. So these can be accommodated within capacity on the highway network. And given the lawful uses of the site, or historical lawful uses of the site, and any likely trip credit history, this is acceptable and could not thought to be severe. There was some questions, concerns about collision data. So the recorded accident data demonstrates that the local highway network is operating safely and within expected parameters, with no reported injury collisions. We don't have the latest independent or police assessed reports on the latest collision to comment on that. But it is reasonable to expect drivers to follow the highway code and drive with due care and attention, especially given the village nature of the built environment on the approach roads. So the impact of the development is not considered to exacerbate any existing concerns. I think there was also a query about the actual junction itself and the access, so I'll just walk you through that. The development will use the existing road, Old Malthouse Lane, in junction with the High Street as its main vehicular access, its only vehicular access. So staying consistent with the committed development to the south, the 19 units, we have undertaken a similar analysis. Development is tucked away and drivers are already where they are in a village setting by the road alignment and built environment, so would be approaching with caution. Vehicular movements along the public right of way, if legally allowed to, would mean that drivers would have to adapt and anticipate pedestrians and other users, which support safety. That's all within the red line application. The applicant has suggested proposing within the red line application area, widening the carriageway. And where necessary, there are going to be proposed adequate pedestrian refuge areas, which would not have previously existed. So just walking you through that, if just to sum up really where we stand, I mean, the Local Highway Authority bases its recommendations on technical evidence submitted against local and national standards, guidance and policy. So our advice must rely on measurable data, not perceptions or anecdotal other issues, so that planning decisions remain consistent, proportionate and defensible. So therefore, the Highway Authority are the opinion that given the paragraphs of the 115 and 116 of the MPPF, we would not be able to recommend a refusal on highway grounds. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have heard from the public, the officers. Just open it up for questions and then debate. Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, Councillor Morgan from Wimborne, Minster, the heart of East Dorset. Just a comment, which appears in the report about the affordable homes. There is a comment there from the housing that, first of all, it always seems a pity that affordable homes always seem to be flats and not an actual affordable home. But there is a comment there about the fact that they feel they may be too small because they haven't got enough space to accommodate anybody else. It's basically, you know, for 4 people and that's it. And I think that's something which is, it's sad in its way. Perhaps that's something that could be commented on. I was going to mention about the junction at the Malthouse Lane, but that seems to be already covered. I think as far as the sports facilities is concerned, there was a suggestion, which I've read here, that they have a multi, it's what they call a mugger, which is a court which is designed to occupy any kind of physical activity. They are very common in schools, and they are quite good. Well, that's it for now. Yeah.
Thank you, David. Councillor Ezard.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Beryl Ezard, Wareham Ward. I would follow on from my colleague here that actually the junction, I know it very well. I used to go to the school when I was young, many years ago. Malthouse Lane is an unmade up road. It's an unmade up road, and I presume now that it's going to be made up. By the highways, made 5 metres. The junction is quite difficult to splay any bigger because of the situation there. But what I would like to see, and I'm not sure if it's in the notes or not, I'm trying to look through rapidly, that if there is no pavement and there's also a highway, or no right of way, that a warning sign be put up saying pedestrians in the road, and also a slow roundel on the approach as you go into that road. A slow roundel. I don't know if that's it's anything that the parish council or the local members mentioned, but they didn't mention that. Also, the concern that there'll be more building on that site because all of the 15 homes are on one portion of the site, which looks like about a third of the site to the south, and nothing to the north where the playing fields and things are. Now, I understood from a policy that the district council had some years ago, but then landowners or developers had certain plots of land where they would come forward with piecemeal, one piece, another piece 5 years on, another piece 5 years on, and actually, fill up the available space. Now, I like this application very much because it's got a lot of green space around it, and it's using the available space from what used to be a private boys' school when I was at school, the local education school for Dorset. So it is a lovely area. And I think that I don't know if that policy still actually reigns for Dorset Council, that no other developments can be made on the north side. It does look a bit peculiar that you've got a third of the site being used for these 615 buildings, and then you've got a whole 2/3 of it not actually being utilised, only it's a green space. So that, I presume, is a one site. So it can't come back later on and say, oh, we want to now build on that other bit that was a nice playing field. So that is another question. Is there any policy? If not, can we put in a condition to ask them to restrain from building on that part? The other thing that I noticed that Councillor Wilson, the local member, put in was on some of the buildings, and it didn't come out in the slides, that some of the buildings or some of the garages have cladding, which is an ebony colour, which is black. Now, that's to do with the build. Now, he said that was far too dark for the area, and would it be better that it was fitted in with the more of the surroundings rather than be black? I couldn't quite see on the buildings which ones it was. It didn't seem to be on lots, but that could be a condition that could they really tone it down to being perhaps a bit more environmentally friendly, the cladding. The other thing that I wanted to pick up on was mentioned about the affordable housing, and it's good to see that 40% is being provided. Excuse me. But the fact that it's on a really in a rural village, on a rural area where there seems to be plenty of space, that the actual affordable housing is actually cramped together as flats. And I would say that they ought to be equally as good as houses or, you know, semi-detached houses or whatever, or in a little terrace, rather than have it as a block of 4 flats or whatever they are, because it wasn't very clear where these were on the plot, and I found that very difficult to follow. If we could look at that, please, where they are, because if it's 2 blocks together, I wasn't quite sure what was happening there, or was it 2 semi-detached and then 4 together, because it was 6, I believe. But anyway, could we have a look at that, please? Yes, I would, if possible, you know, ask them to make it into a terrace or something else rather than have it as a block of flats. Because I was thinking in Langton Travers there's hardly any flats. I would hazard a guess to say, but anyway, I wasn't sure of that. But anyway, could we have some clarification, please? Thank you.
Okay, so officers, I mean, we've had a couple questions and comments so far. I've got Councillor Flower next, but before we go there, if you could perhaps respond to those, and then we'll pick up. And then I've got Councillor Brenton to follow Councillor Flower.
To Councillor Morgan, I'm going to let Susan to explain about the highways, but with regards to the affordable housing space standards, so all the affordable housing space that according to space standards, and the plots 10 and 11, which is a 3-bedroom houses that have been extended so they can accommodate 5 people. Councillor Izzard, again, I'm going to leave Susan to say anything about highways and warning signs. With regards to restricting development at the north at this stage, that's not possible. The scheme has been designed within a saddle parts because of the landscape impact on the landscape and the Dorset national landscape, and it's been agreed with the officers. Anything, as I said earlier, anything that it might come in the future will have to come to planning. So we can't restrict that with this application. We can't put a condition saying you cannot build on this site later on, because they will have to come for new planning. Materials have not been agreed. The conservation officer wants to see samples on site, and that's been conditioned. So there is no agreed colours of materials. So it's agreed that it's going to be perfect stone, natural clay, and slates. But we have got a condition. We have got a condition that all the samples have to be produced before, and agreed with the conservation officer. And oh yeah, and house type. So this is the slides I think you were referring to. So this is the slides that shows plots 12 to 15, which there are a block of flats. So there's sort of separate buildings. So the plots 12 and 13 are the 1-bedroom ground floor flats with 2-bedroom first floor flats. These are the units 10 and 11, also affordable, which are 3-bedroom houses that's semi-detached.
Yeah.
And they've been obviously looked through the landscape officers and the design, so they're acceptable within the local area, and also conservation officer.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to come back on when you skimmed over about the highways bit. You know, is it possible to have around on the road saying slow when you approach going into the vault house, and also to make sure that there's a warning sign saying slow pedestrians, because there's no pavement, is there?
I think highways were going to answer that after.
Yeah.
So
If that's possible, I'm
if we
really,
let highways answer that, and then we can.
yeah, I'm really sad about the flats, actually. I'm really concerned about that. That's out of character with Langton Travels, I would say. Thank you.
Thanks. So, I mean, highways, are you able to?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Zard, for the point that you've raised. So the posted speed limit on the High Street is now 20 miles an hour. So there's enough signage, advanced warning for drivers to be aware that they're in a 20-mile-an-hour zone, and development can only mitigate its own impact. And there's about 18 metres from the High Street into that red line area into development. So it wouldn't be justified or required to have any further road markings placed there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, you didn't say about a warning sign about pedestrians in the road.
Yes, just to follow up. So normally drivers should accord with the highway code and be prepared to anticipate pedestrians on that public footpath. Thank you.
So the roads around here will be standard 30 mile an hour.
20
around here.
20 through Langton Travels, right from Acton down to Leeds.
People don't obey.
Okay. All right. You okay with the answer?
I'm not satisfied, but I've got to accept the answer. Thank you.
Okay. Just in passing, it was actually quite nice to see 3-bedroom affordable houses.
That's good.
Too few of those, I think, around. There's a great need for 3 and indeed 4-bedroom affordables. However, moving on, I've got the Councillor Flower.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Councillor Flower, Burwood Ward. Actually, I like the design of the dwellings. I like the layout. I don't agree with the comment that was made about whether some of them are flats. I think the mixed tenure is a good thing to have in any community, particularly affordable ones as well. I'm encouraged by the fact we've got 6 affordable housings in this proposal, this proposed development. I have one question, and that is viability. I'm sorry, I'm back on my hobby horse again, because one of the important aspects of that, I haven't heard it in this presentation. Has there any affordable, has the viability test been carried out? And are we content that with the affordable housing in the scheme, that the scheme remains viable?
Thank you, Councillor Flower. Yeah, indeed. We've all been in this committee and seen developers come back with a viability issue after we've granted permission. So it's nice to get a heads up on that.
If I may, Councillor Took. Yeah, just in terms of viability testing was carried out at the local plan stage for small sites such as this. So that helps set out the policy requirement for small sites, which was 40%. So that's what's been applied for. If the developer were to face issues in the future and the scheme wasn't viable in the future, they would have to come back in for planning permission, which would be a modification to the Section 106 application, which would be before committee under the Dorset Council Constitution. So it has been tested at local plan stage viability, but we can't guarantee that there wouldn't be a future application, nor can we anticipate whether or not that would happen.
Thanks, Jeremy. Do you want to come back?
Thank you for indulging me, Chairman. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. One of the things was, I asked a question at Cabinet in December, and it was around viability. It was explained to me that these sort of things get discounted at the land value. Can we be reassured then that at those planning development stages, that with the knowledge of all the potential levies and commitments around the social housing provision, that would have been discounted at the land value?
And what would have been discounted at the land value? Is there specific?
The commitment to provide affordable housing.
Yes, so it's considered in the viability of the local plan
So it
testing.
would come out the land value.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
that's
those small
fine,
sites,
thank you.
but also, sorry, I was gonna add another point, but it's
That's
just my
fine.
mind.
No, that's good. That's good. I'm happy with that, thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Brent.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Brenton, Litchfield and Upton. I've got a couple of questions, but also a couple of comments. Can I assume that the roads on this site are sort of DC adoptable standard? I see that they pass the sort of refuse lorry tests and things like that. So are they likely in the future to be adopted, or will they always be private roads? And intrigued at resting areas, I assume it's a spot with a bench. I can't think what else a resting area would be. You know, I'm sure they don't give you beds. Seems a little bit harsh. I assume, I mean, I don't know, but can somebody enlighten me? Can the parish council then ask to have the settlement boundary altered to sort of close off the bottom 2/3 of this site? That's a sort of legal thing. And coming on to, I mean, I like the site. I can see the point. Because it's such a large site with a lot of green space, it would have been nice to see a couple of bungalows in there. But at the same time, the ground floor flats would also actually do the same sort of job. Now, it said somewhere that 14 and 12 are adaptable. I assume that means they've got wider doorways for wheelchair access. I always bring this up. So very well saying, oh, well, we've got this, that, and the other. But if they're not, if you can't invite a friend round in a wheelchair, they're not really that adaptable, are they? And I'd also like to know the mugger, 80 square metres, that's 40 by 20. So it's a 5-a-side football pitch or, you know, netball or something like that. How's it going to be managed? Is it going to be available for the parish council to run, or is it going to be privately run? Things like that. The other query was on the map on number 13, it appears that from the Mugger area, there's a cut through to Mount Pleasant Lane. Is that going to be open? And was it ever considered as an alternative vehicle access, so one doesn't have to drive in all the way around the doodly thingamajigams to get down to the Mugger, but just could come in the other way? That's sort of a few questions and a few comments. Thank you.
Yeah. Any response from you again?
I'll respond with regards to, I think you meant plots 1 and 3, which are the adaptable, which complies with the building regulations M4.
So they have wide doorways.
Well, they've got they're adaptable.
It just means sleeping in the kitchen. It's not adaptable.
I'll just get Naomi's got.
Yeah, in terms of M4, the requirement is for it to be adaptable, so that can, in terms of the unit layout, they're big enough inside, so then it can be adapted for someone with a physical impairment. So if a wheelchair user needs to come, if it's occupied by a wheelchair user in the future, it can be easily adapted based on the widths that are being provided. Just in terms of door openings, front doors, etc., standard door widths do allow for wheelchair accessibility. So building regulations require door widths to be between 800 and 900 mil. So 0.8, 0.9 meters, and an electric wheelchair needs 0.85 clear width. So the clear width is from the door handle to the door frame. So in general, standard doors do allow for wheelchair accessibility. But M4 then also allows for your additional adaptability within the flat layout itself, should a wheelchair user need to occupy it.
Okay.
think it was a question about the boundaries.
About the boundaries and the mugger, the use of the mugger. So we were having it, but.
Okay, yes. So the development is only acceptable under policy H8 because it's outside of the settlement boundary. So I don't think
that's nothing to do with. That's not that.
So you don't need to change the boundaries. So you don't need to change the boundaries. It's already outside.
I accept that, but it may be something for the parish council to consider. That was a legal point rather than.
Okay.
But I was more interested in how is this mugger going to be managed? Is it public access and free for everybody? Or is it going to have fences around it and a lockable gate? All those sort of issues which affect village use.
So the community management plan has been conditioned, which is going to give us all the information about how this is going to be run and maintained. Its intention is to be open to public. There is public parking also right next to it. So it is going to be privately managed and privately owned, but it will be for the community. But obviously the condition will then give us all the information about it.
Can I just ask for clarification? Does this mean that people have to pay to use it?
No.
Or we don't know that yet?
Well, we don't
There's
know
a
yet.
plan.
Well, when we were discussing it, it was not to be a fee, but again, we're going to get the full management plan within the condition. But its intention is to be free.
So that management plan has to be approved by Dorset Council?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And we will presumably be reasonably careful what we approve.
One hopes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I've got Councillor Hobbs Chell, and then Councillor Coombs, and then Councillor Hazard.
Thank you, Councillor Hobbs-Charles, Southwood. Could you just confirm the settlement boundary? I think you just answered it, but the settlement boundary is not changing at all with this application. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. And is there any plan that I've missed for what's the accessibility of the rest of the site? Is it public access beyond the public footpaths, or is it private? What is the plan? What is the plan therefore to restrict people and all those things? I don't know where I'm liking the word change. Do you want more now, or
I'm just trying to get the right plan now. So there are public rights of way, which obviously they're not going to be restricted. So the most of the site is open as it is at the moment. And also there is a pedestrian links within the site, which if I can find the right slide. There is. So there are all the pedestrian links also. So obviously it's access to everybody. It's not that there are no gates, there is no restrictions.
on the central and north section?
Within the whole site.
Thank you. In terms of lighting, there was concerns around lighting, the impact of lighting, and I appreciate you've got the street lights vision. Is there any condition, I can't see it, but I may have missed it, is there a condition for the housing to not have any external lights?
Yes, so the lighting strategy has been updated throughout the application process. It also has been approved by biodiversity net, so biodiversity team. So there will be external lightings, but obviously they will be on facing down. There will be low light. There will be a much less glow. I think it was 0.2. I can't remember exactly. I mean, there is online. There is the whole lighting strategy plan. So it's all been to protect the dark skylight for the national Dorset landscape purposes, and also for bats and biodiversity. So, and also there will be on a timers, so and will be triggered by movement. So they won't be on all the time.
Okay. Yeah, and so for what I was trying to get at is for future. So once people have moved in, they can put up whatever lighting they choose, unless we condition it.
Well, I presume on their own buildings they can put, but I don't think we can. We
have done that before.
Yes,
we have done
Is this in a dark skies area?
Yeah, so I mean, there is a condition still that we need to still see the updated lighting condition. So I presume with that condition, it could be restricted to be maintained that way.
And what we've done before is if it's in a dark skies area,
And there is, yeah.
External lighting in terms of
Yeah.
the brightness of it, the
within
timing of it.
approved.
Yeah.
Approved.
And that's the condition that we've got in or could put in.
It doesn't say about, but we can amend that.
Yes, we can. So we need to add that condition if we want to.
It's a usually informative note that we add to it. Not a condition.
In the AON, if I could just interject, the AONB teams usually ask for an informative note to and encourage people to put blinds to village roof lights and the like. But it is an informative, not a condition usually, because the enforceability of it, as you're alluding to, is really difficult to do. But it's what the AOB teams try and do for house owners is to try and encourage them to adopt best practice, to try and keep the skies in which they live as clear from light pollution as possible. And most responsible house owners would want to do that because they value the environment in which they live. So it's usually an informative note that we add. The lighting strategy would be conditioned, but within the homes, I can't make you close your curtains, but I'd like you to at night, to reduce the pollute as we all could pollute. So the whole idea is that if you've got Felixes, that you have them fitted with blinds and that people are encouraged to do so. But that's as far as we can go with that one within the homes. But within the street, you can see that within the public realm, that we have more control over what people can do.
The condition 27 within my report, it's the condition that they have to comply for, which will also, if the future occupiers that still need to comply by that condition.
To the agreed strategy.
Yeah, to agreed strategy, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Is that reassuring?
Yes, I think that last statement was the critical bit that future householders, they need to comply. Everybody needs to comply with the lifetime, the development needs to comply with that. So that's fine. Chimneys is the other thing. It shows chimneys, but are they? Can I ask if they are active, or are they a design feature, or are they what are they?
They're decorative.
That's thank you.
Okay. I've got Councillor Coombs, followed by Councillor Ezard.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Tony Coombs, Verwood Ward. In the informative notes, it does talk about the fact that the estate roads will not meet adoption standards. Can I ask in what way they don't meet that standard, please?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor, for your chair. So the internal layout has been checked the geometry now meets with criteria as well as national and local design guidance. However, the applicant cannot be forced into offering this up for adoption, and it's not really a planning consideration. So the landowner retains the street works manager function and is responsible for the road maintenance. There's quite a long list of why something is appropriate for adoption, why it isn't, which is not really a consideration at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony?
Yeah. I can't say I'm happy with that, because number of times we have before this committee applications for a reasonable size development where elements are considered not adoptable, and we end up with private management, which ends up in double taxation for the residents that buy the properties. And I picked on this element because it's the most obvious one. And I really would hope that the developer would offer the roads up for adoption and build them to adoptable standard, because I think it's for everybody's benefit, and certainly for their own in maintenance term, long term, because it then lands on the public purse rather than private company or developer. But elsewhere in the discussion, there was talk about a management plan for other elements. Can we just have it confirmed exactly what elements would be down to a management company, and that the informative notes make it absolutely clear, because we've talked about the Muga and the potential access or maintenance of that in the future. Where does this stuff lie? Who's going to end up with the responsibility? Because it is just so important that prospective purchasers know what they're letting themselves in for. And if we can have it in informative notes, at least then we can do buyer beware. Even if we can't change policy at the moment.
Okay, Tony. Officers?
Yes, we can add informative.
Okay, thank you. Is that
With that and the other confirmations, I'm happy to move approval as per the recommendations with the two extras that we've discussed in committee.
is that a proposal?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Izzard. Councillor Izzard.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Before, these are questions that haven't been answered yet. I've noted that Councillor Brenton asked whether there was a possibility of there being another vehicular access to these 15 houses on the other side, because I think it joins on to Durnford Drive, or there's a walkway that may join onto Durnford Drive, but I'm not sure. Could you confirm that there isn't? I mean, that would be good, because if you could actually drive round from one place to the other, because Durnford Drive comes out beyond the primary school, about another 200 yards down the road from there, opposite the guide headquarters. And I wondered if that joins on to that. And that's the one answer that you didn't give to Councillor Brenton. I've got a couple of other comments I'd like to make. Would you like to answer that one first?
Do you want the question answered first, and then you can make your comments?
Sorry?
You want that question answered first, and then you want to make your comments? Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, Councillor, are you asking about the second access?
Why can't you? I'm saying Councillor Brenton asked the question of you a few minutes ago, that and it wasn't answered. So I'm picking it up and saying, can you answer that? Because she said, is that the only possible access you can make along Malthouse Road or whatever it is? Yeah, I know, because I know the area. I think Durnford Drive comes round from the other side.
It's for the highway people to answer.
Do we get highways?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a quick response really. I mean, we can't redesign what's been put before, so we can only comment on what's been provided. So we based our recommendations on that. But thank you for the question.
Thank you. Can I go on to say a couple of other things then? About LED lighting on the site. We've had a problem in Wareham because Wareham's a real Saxon town with the new lighting that Dorset Council like to put in, and I know the lighting policy's changed. You can get now a soft glow lighting with LED, not bright white blue lights. So that could be something to put in the conditions and say, can we have the soft glow lighting, the LED stuff? And also the other thing that I wanted to mention was, can we make that a condition, also a condition that the cladding is not black ebony? And that was something that actually the local member mentioned, Councillor Wilson, that can we ensure that it's more environmentally friendly, please? I know that's not been done yet, but could that be put in, please, as a condition? Thank you. And then if that is, I will second Councillor.
The low glow lighting is already conditioned under condition 27, and it is within our officer report. And the cladding is not proposed.
Pardon?
There is no cladding proposal any of the
actually, why would Councillor Bill Milson pick it up then?
Because it was previously, but the scheme's been amended since.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But I would second if we can put the other one on about the soft lighting.
It's already on there.
It is. Oh,
There already.
Go for it then. I'll second the proposal. Thank you.
So that's the second for Councillor Coombs' proposal, which is as per recommendation, yeah?
And any conditions that already we've done.
Okay, so in which case, any further questions, comments, queries? In that case, we can move to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendation on the screen, please show.
Okay, some extra conditions.
I think they're in the update sheet.
Did you? There were some extra conditions, weren't there? There weren't conditions, Chairman. One was an informative note about the management of the site, and the other was something that Councillor Hobbs-Chell picked up. It was also about some clarification.
I think.
Sorry, what's the second one?
It was one of the points that Councillor Hobbs-Chell made
Lighting on the house.
about. I forgot what it was now.
Putting your own lighting.
Put in your own lighting.
It's already in the condition. It's 27 covers that already. So
yes,
there's a strategy agreed, and it's agreed for the lifetime of the development.
It's just an informative. Yeah.
So are you happy that we had those informatives? And Councillor Izzard, if you're seconding, are you happy that those informatives are?
Yeah. Can I just request that we have a break after that, please?
Already?
Yes, please. I'm trying to move us on.
And can I just clarify on the update sheet that Dee presented at the beginning of the presentation, the update sheet included 2 conditions the officer was recommending. So just for clarification.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. So given those informatives, all those in favour, please show. 1, 2, 3. Unanimous, I think. Okay, thank you. So in that case, P4 2025 0446 04406, the Old Malt House, High Street, Langton and Travers, is approved as per the recommendation plus the informatives. At which point, we can break for lunch, I think. It's 10 to, or virtually 10 to 2. Normally we need to have a minimum half hour for lunch.
Do we?
So in which case, can we come back at 2:20 past 2?
Oh.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to this meeting of the Eastern Area Planning Committee.
So very wet.
We're now on agenda item 7, which is P4 2025-06517, barn opposite Old Quarry Close, Worthing Travers. And it's welcome back to an old friend, I think, isn't it?
Bit of a bounce rubber band.
We've got Harry Waldridge, our presenter. And if everyone is now settled and ready and fully fed and refreshed,
Yes, right side and bushy chairs.
we'll make a start. Thank you. Carrie, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So this application is the partial demolition, external alterations and change of use to create 3 residential dwellings with associated landscaping and parking at the barn opposite Old Quarry Close in Worthing Travers. So members may recall that previous applications to convert the barn into 3 dwellings were refused by way of a delegated decision in April 2024 and by the committee at the October 2024 meeting, when the council was able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and the siting of the barn outside the settlement boundary was judged to not promote sustainable and accessible development. A subsequent application to convert the barn to 3 holiday lets was granted by the committee at the February meeting last year, as this accorded with policies in the Purbeck local plan, including policy EE4 that supports vibrant and attractive tourism. The proposal before you today is again for the partial demolition and conversion. However, it's now proposed to form 3 4-bedroomed market dwellings. The design, external appearance and layout of the scheme remains identical to the previously approved scheme for conversion to holiday lets. The application for market dwellings has been submitted as the policy position has changed and the council is no longer able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. So as previously, the application site is located on the eastern fringe of Worthing Travers, approximately 4 miles to the southwest of Swanage. The site here is beyond the settlement boundary, which is in black, and Old Quarry Close to the south west is a rural exception site. The site also lies within a national landscape where there is no fallback in relation to permitted development rights to allow residential conversion. It's within the Purbeck Heritage Coast and the Minerals and Waste Safeguarding Area. And due to the settlement edge location of the site, the barn is in a prominent position within the wider landscape. So the Parish Council has again objected to the proposal on grounds that the existing agricultural building is compatible with the landscape, but its conversion to a residential use outside the settlement boundary is in an unsustainable location and would cause harm to the Dorset national landscape, and would also result in the outwards expansion of residential development and unaffordable residential development. There's just some photos showing the context of the edge of village setting. The site's close to the settlement boundary, but because it doesn't directly adjoin the settlement boundary, it cannot benefit from policy H8 of the small sites next to existing settlements policy of the Purbeck local plan. The Purbeck local plan is also silent on the reuse of existing buildings. The NPPF itself doesn't support the provision of isolated new homes in the countryside, but there are exceptions where isolated dwellings can be accommodated, such as where they reuse a redundant or disused building. So Worthing Travers itself is classed as a small village with a limited range of facilities in the local plan settlement hierarchy. So notwithstanding the proximity of the development to the settlement, the occupants of the new homes would be dependent to some extent on a private vehicle to access key facilities in Swanage and Corfe Castle and beyond. As such, it's judged that the application site is isolated from key services and facilities. However, as I've already mentioned, the council is no longer able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply as required by the NPPF. And therefore, the housing policies within the adopted development plan are out of date and the presumption or tilted balance in favour of sustainable development applies. So just as with the previous consents, it's proposed to partially demolish the existing structure. So the area is highlighted in blue here. And then it's proposed to install a first floor level internally with accommodation on ground and first floor. So this massing model just demonstrates the parts of the buildings to be removed, and this is judged to reduce the overall mass and visual prominence of the building in the national landscape setting. And the application form submitted with the application confirms that the building has been vacant since September 2024. But since the total floor area will be reduced by 3.6 square metres, the NPPF vacant building credit applies. So notwithstanding policy H11 of the Purbeck local plan, the proposal isn't required to provide 20% affordable housing. So as with the previous application, the internal layout remains unchanged, with bedroom accommodation on the ground floor and first floor accommodation being open plans, kitchen, living room, dining areas, with large new window openings and inset balconies to take advantage of views towards the coast. Again, as with the proposed application, the conversion will retain the original functional character of the barn, and officers consider that it will remain in keeping with the agricultural character of the area. Natural and local source materials are proposed for the external finish, and this will enable the building to sit comfortably against a rural landscape. Proposed enhancements to the immediate curtilage include landscape planting and biodiversity net gain, and this is judged to have a positive impact on the rural character of the area. So as with the previously approved application for the holiday lets, the conversion introduces new opening to provide sufficient daylight to future occupiers, and impacts on the dark night skies of the Dorset National Landscape have been appropriately mitigated through the use of general glazing design principles. And officers consider that this, combined with an external lighting condition, will ensure the proposal is acceptable in terms of impacts on the Dorset National Landscape. A condition on the decision will also secure the new homes as primary residences only in accordance with policy H14 of the Purbeck local plan, and further conditions will restrict permitted development rights within the Dorset National Landscape setting. So the submitted visibility access plan is as the previously approved plan for the holiday lets, and it's considered to be sufficient on-site parking available and turn-ins, so the proposal is judged to be acceptable in terms of highway impacts. And I just wanted to point out an error in the committee report on page 143, which refers to 9 parking spaces for occupiers, and actually 6 proposed, so that's 2 per dwelling. So as with the previous scheme for the holiday lets, there's judged to be no harm to the neighbour or occupier amenity. Sufficient distance is retained between the proposed conversion and the existing neighbouring properties, and views and overlooking would be offset. No letters of objection have been received to this application from neighbours to the proposal. And again, as with the approved scheme, materials as shown on this slide will be natural and locally sourced, with a mixture of Purbeck stone and external timber cladding. So in terms of other impacts, an ecological impact assessment has been approved by the Natural Environment team, and its implementation will be conditioned. Biodiversity net gain requirements to be met on site, and the scheme is acceptable in terms of flood risk and drainage subject to conditions on the decision. Impacts on Dorset heathlands would be addressed through the community infrastructure levy. And a further condition is recommended on the consent in respect of unexpected ground contamination that may be found during the course of development, given the former historical use of the building for agricultural uses and storage. So as the tilted balance now applies, the policies in the NPPF that protect areas or assets of particular importance, in this case, the Dorset National Landscape, the Heritage Coast and habitat sites, do not provide a strong reason for refusing the proposal. The adverse impacts of granting the consent within the Dorset National Landscape and the countryside, although close to the settlement edge of Worth and Travers, are also not considered to be so significantly and demonstrably harmful
as to outweigh the benefits of the additional dwellings towards the 5-year housing land supply. In summary, the officer recommendation is one of approval, subject to conditions and informative notes as set out in your committee report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We've got one public speaker on this, who is the agent, Emily Jeffries. Emily, if you can press the button when you start speaking, you'll have 3 minutes and you'll be told when 30 seconds are left.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity to address the committee today. I trust that each of you have received the briefing pack, which sets out the site's history and merits of this proposal. I would like to highlight several key reasons why the officer's recommendation should be supported and why the application before you is worthy of approval. The site represents an underutilised brownfield site. The existing building is no longer in active use and is capable of being sensitively repurposed to deliver much needed residential accommodation. In doing so, the proposal contributes positively to the council's housing land supply at a time when provision is increasingly important. For context, members will recall that the site already benefits from planning permission for 3 holiday lets with associated landscaping and parking. The proposal before you today is identical in its design, built form and layout. The only change is the proposed use from holiday accommodation to 3 permanent residential dwellings. At the previous committee meeting, members expressed a clear preference for providing primary residential dwellings rather than holiday units. This preference has also been reiterated by Worthmer Travers Parish Council and by Councillor Ben Wilson, both of whom have indicated strong support for the dwellings to be secured as principal residences. In response, Condition 11 has been incorporated to ensure that each property may only be occupied as a principal residence. This requirement is to be enforced through the submission of verifiable evidence to the Council in accordance with Policy H14. Secondly, as already stated, the design is identical to the previously approved development comprising 3 holiday units. As noted within the officer's report, the earlier scheme was considered to have a positive effect on the rural character of the area and to make a positive contribution to the Dorset national landscape. The photo montage in the briefing pack illustrates this clearly, demonstrating that the proposal delivers the same high-quality rural aesthetic as the approved scheme while remaining entirely consistent with the landscaping setting. The proposed design seeks to reduce the perceived bulk and mass of the existing structure. This is achieved through the introduction of high-quality natural cladding materials that soften its appearance and ensure the building sits comfortably within its surrounding. As confirmed within the committee report, the proposal before you benefits from special circumstance in paragraph 84 of the NPPF provision C, which permits the reuse of redundant or disused buildings, makes a positive contribution to the council's 5-year housing land supply, positively enhances the Dorset national landscape through sensitive, high-quality design, and delivers a measurable increase in biodiversity net gain in habitat and in hedgerow units. In light of these considerations, I commend the case officer's recommendation to approve the application and respectfully ask members to support it today.
Thank you. Do you have any comments from? No. Okay. So open for questions from councillors. Councillor Brenton and Councillor Gorringe.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Brenton, Littleton Upton. Although this application is a bit of a rubber ball, it bounces back at us. It has changed each time slightly, and I'm certainly impressed by the condition for primary residential. I don't know how that's enforced in years to come, but it's a good start. My issue is, of course, if it goes to residential and they're 4-bedroom properties, I've never known a 4-bedroom property of that size that hasn't got teenage children who've all got cars. So I would suspect probably 4 cars to each property before too long, if not immediately. So, of course, you can't stop people with buying cars. I do wonder if the parking condition is adequate. And actually what will happen, of course, is they will end up making informal parking around the back of the buildings, I can imagine, or on the grass. So it will affect, shall we say, the openness of the green belt and such like, which is what we always go on about, don't we? Keeping the openness. Also, you're going to have parking, after parking, you're probably going to have clotheslines, trampolines, camper vans, all sorts of stuff. So it will change the character of that bit of the brow. I do query, and I've been looking, but I couldn't quite see, though I should perhaps have gone onto the portal and checked. What is the height of the building? Because it's not so much the footprint as the height on that brow. And I would have thought that would be an issue. But I can quite see that they've tried, they've adapted, and I'm not altogether against. So my questions are, the standard of the other open ground, is it fit for parking on, or are they going to be parking on the road with their extra cars? And are there any restrictions or covenants or things about keeping openness?
Okay, Karen.
Thank you, Chair. So the parking provision is 2 spaces per dwelling, which generally accords with the county-wide guidance. The actual hard landscaping scheme is conditioned, so we will need to agree what the hard surfacing will be. We would expect it to be of suitable surfacing to allow turning, manoeuvring and the parking. So there may be some additional space for parking within that site plan. In terms of sort of intrusion on the AONB landscape, conditions are recommended in terms of removing permitted development rights for further extensions and alterations. Each of the proposed properties has an enclosed rear garden, and then beyond that, to the rear of the site is an existing fund which screens sort of open views of those rear gardens to some extent existing, and that's to be retained. So whilst admittedly there will be obviously some impact in terms of sort of drying lines for washing and things like that, it should be fairly self-contained and well screened, and no greater than the potential impact of the previous consent, which was for the holiday let use at the site. And I think in terms of parking as well, obviously we already have the holiday let use consent there. That was based on the same amount of parking spaces. So we'd have no control whether 2, 3, 4 cars were to turn up. So taking that into account, the impacts are likely to be very similar. I think that was all of the questions. Height of the building. Oh, height of the building. So the building is proposed for conversion. The height to the moment is just over 4 metres, and the height to the ridge is just below 5.4 metres. If I just take you back to the sorry, wrong plan. So this plan here, you can see the height will remain as it is, although parts of the building are proposed to be removed. So whilst an additional floor level is to be included at first floor level, there is no increase in the height of the building. It is a conversion as it stands. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brandon.
Thank you. Just making points rather than any more detail needed. Thank you.
Councillor Gorringe.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Barry Gorringe, St and I Sport. Just picking up on this business about parking. Could you park your caravan or your what I call an RV on the site? Is there any restrictions on that?
Thank you, Chair. You could, and I don't think it's something that we could be reasonably seen to condition to prevent potential purchasers doing that as with any other private residential property.
Thank you. Therefore, I'm quite happy to recommend approval for this as per the officer's report.
Okay, thank you.
Seconded, Chairman.
Councillor Flower, you want to speak on it or simply?
No, I've said all I need to say, Chairman.
Fine. Any further comments? No? Well, let's go to the vote then.
Yeah.
So all those in favour, can we just put the recommendation on screen, please? What's the-
Of the recommendation on screen.
No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unanimous. Right, so
Next one.
P4 2025 06517, barn opposite Oakland across Worth and Travis has been approved. Again,
Thank you.
thank you. Which means we can now move swiftly on. We can move to 38 Brook Lane, Cork, Mullen. Yeah, we've had
and Duncan is now online, but Scott will still be reading out the statement.
okay.
Next one, isn't it?
It's 38 Brook Lane, Cork, Mullen. Will be presented by Claire Hicks. We have a speaker registered, Martin Hammond, who apparently will not now be speaking. And we also have Councillor Duncan Surrey House and Councillor Scott Florek, who are predetermined on this. Councillor Surrey House isn't here on the committee. Oh. Sorry, is anyone mishearing that? No. We've got Councillor Scott Florek, who's a ward councillor there, who is predetermined on this, and Councillor Surrey House, who's also a ward councillor there, who is also predetermined. Councillor Surrey House is not present in this meeting today. Councillor Florek is, but Councillor Florek will, a little bit later on, read out Councillor Surrey House's comments. So once we understand all that and digest it, if we ask Claire to present the report, and we'll then move through the usual phases. Thank you. Claire.
This application comes before members for the recommendation of refusal. Board members have expressed their support for the proposal, which is identified as having sustainability, social and wellbeing benefits. The application site lies northwest of Brook Lane and is approximately 6.5 metres to the west of the main urban area of Cork Mullen. Opposite the site, there are detached dwellings. The site is within the Cork Mullen area of Great Landscape Value. The proposed development is to erect an extension to the existing annex and a flue. The annex is a detached building with a pitched roof that sits forward of the dwelling and is positioned along the southern side boundary. It is proposed to add a flat roof extension at the rear of the annex, joining to the side of the dwelling house. As set out in the officer report, there is no objection to the principle of the extension to the annex, because it would not materially affect the existing arrangement. The annex accommodation approved in 2021 as a garage conversion already provides 2 bedrooms, a bathroom and living accommodation. The applicant has confirmed that the enlarged annex accommodation is to facilitate multi-generational living. The Town Council has recommended as a condition be imposed to require ancillary use, but this is not necessary as express planning permission would be required to use the annex for purposes that are not ancillary to the use of the dwelling. The main planning issue is the impact on the green belt. My officer's assessment is that the development cannot benefit from any of the sections of paragraphs 154 and 155 of the NPPF. There are 2 exceptions which have been assessed in the report. The planning history shows that the original building has been significantly extended. The blue rectangle shows the extension to the double garage. In the report, I refer to a 1985 application. There's also a 1987 application that is shown here. I have added in the blue lines over the faint dashed lines from the plans which show the previous scale of the dwelling, taken to be the original dwelling. The modest pitched roof bungalow has already been significantly extended by the 1987 Commission, and the garage extension in 1993, now an annex which represents a domestic adjunct. The proposed development, in combination with extensions to date, would result in disproportionate additions. They cannot benefit from an exception at paragraph 154C. The NPPF does not provide a definition of infill development, but based on a dictionary definition, it is reasonable to assume as it would be development that occupies the space between two existing buildings. The proposed development is an extension within the existing planning unit to link the parent property to the annex, but it would extend beyond the gap between the two existing buildings. As it would project further southwest into the plot, rather than filling a gap between the two buildings, officers consider that it cannot be classed as an infill, so it cannot benefit from an exception in paragraph 154G. As there's already a wall between the dwelling and the garage, and the proposal is modest in height, it would have a limited visual impact on openness from public viewpoints. The development would result in a loss of openness as a result of its spatial presence in an area of the site that is currently undeveloped. The proposal results in harm to the green belt by reason of its inappropriateness by definition and limited impact on openness. The proposed development is single-storey and will be appropriate and sympathetic in terms of its size, scale, and design in relation to the character of the area. A black finish on the flue would ensure that its visual appearance is limited. No harm to protected trees on the site or to the cypress and lawn hedging on neighbouring land is anticipated. The development will not detract from the existing character of the wider area. The ward member, Councillor Scott Barrett, supports the proposed development as it is in keeping with the character of the area. There are no overlooking or loss of privacy concerns as the proposed development is single-storey and there are no proposed windows on the southwestern side elevation. There are no very special circumstances advanced for consideration, and none that are evident to outweigh the harm to the green belt from the proposal's inappropriateness and modest loss of openness. The ward members have expressed their support for the provision of additional living space for the family, as it is noted that the property already benefits from a two-bedroom annex with a kitchen, dining, living space, and that the nature of annex accommodation is that it forms part of the larger planning unit with the main dwelling, offering additional shared living space. In these circumstances, limited weight can be given to the benefits to the occupiers, which may include persons with protected characteristics. The proposal is inappropriate development in the green belt. Substantial weight is to be given to the harm from inappropriateness and loss of openness. No very special circumstances to outweigh the harm has been identified, so the recommendation is a refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. We've got one public speaker now on this, who is actually Councillor Scott Florek, who's going to read out a statement by Councillor Duncan Sallyhouse. So, Scott, if you can take the place. And usual 3 minutes rules apply.
Thank you. Chair and committee, I am speaking in support of the application at 38 Brook Lane, Corfmullen, for a modest single-story extension to an approved annex and a flue. I will focus on the material planning considerations and why, on balance, this proposal is acceptable and policy compliant. What's before you? This is a small extension to an existing lawful annex to support multi-generational living. All technical consultees raised no objection. Town council and both ward members support it. Design and character. Policy HE2 and relevant precedent. Officers confirm the proposal is single-story, modest, and sympathetic to local character. The flue, finished in black, is visually recessive. Officers also confirm no harm to the street scene or the wider area of great landscape value. This aligns with HE2 and NPPF Section 12. Neighbor amenity. The extension remains low with no windows on the southwestern elevation, avoiding overlooking or overbearing effects. The flue can be managed through informative and building regulations. Highways, trees, drainage, and biodiversity. No highway harm is identified. TPO trees are unaffected. Drainage can be managed through sustainable drainage system and Wessex Water confirmed capacity. No biodiversity concerns arise. Greenbelt. The officer's recommendation turns on Greenbelt policy. Members must give substantial weight to any harm, but also undertake a planning balance. Here, the impact on openness is extremely limited. The extension infills space between existing domestic buildings within the established curtilage. It is low, contained, and barely perceptible from the public viewpoints. This mirrors the approach taken in recent Dorset Greenbelt decisions, where small, well-contained domestic additions within an established curtilage have been found to cause limited, localized impact on openness. Crucially, the proposal delivers clear social sustainability benefits, enabling later life living, informal care, and multi-generational support, outcomes encouraged by the NPPF and reflected in the emerging Dorset Design Code. Taken together, the limited harm and the strong social benefits amount to very special circumstances that outweigh the definitional harm of inappropriateness. Conclusion. This is a small, well-designed, low-impact domestic extension with no technical objections and clear social benefits. The limited Greenbelt harm is clearly outweighed by the very special circumstances in this case. I respectfully invite members to approve the application.
Thank you. Do you want to come back on that, Claire?
If I may, members, I'd just like to draw your attention to the site history. This isn't an extension in isolation. I think the slides you saw earlier showed that the property had been extended, and obviously we're looking at disproportionate additions to the original dwelling here, and that's it really. I just wanted to remind members of that fact.
Thank you. Councillor Flower.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Councillor Flower, Verwood Ward. You've just touched on a point actually I was going to bring up, because going back to this is in Bournemouth, this is Bournemouth rather than East Dorset, the old East Dorset local plan, about the 50% maximum extension of a dwelling that was in place before the 1980 Greenbelt came into being. Can we give us a bit of a clue as to what percentage increase from the parent property we're now dealing with now, and what it would look like if this was approved, please? And I'd like to come back.
But I've been unable to do the calculations because these plans shown here from the microfiche, so it's really hard to use the scale and try and scale it onto these plans.
So we're not sure what the proportion increase in
Let's have a rough idea.
or area is. Is that an unknown?
Yeah.
All I can say is that there was a ground floor and no first floor. So by raising the roof, then that allowed accommodation on 2 floors. You've then got the garage the double garage extension. So I think in terms of your 50%, I don't think it would take a mathematical genius to work out where we're at. Sorry, I can't give you a precise figure.
Okay.
Hopefully that helps, and the visuals assist you too.
Does that
help?
Get as close to an answer as you?
Yeah, I apologise. We can't measure off microfiche, which isn't scaled. So
I'll make up. I just wanted to get some sort of scale, magnitude of what we're talking about. Is it twice the size? Is it 50% more than the original? I'm not expecting you to be absolutely accurate, but give us a bit of a feel for the broad scale.
1 bedroom to 4 bedroomed.
Yeah. 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 That's right. So usually give us
So it would be probably more than 100%, you reckon,
More than 100%,
because you're
well,
going up the floor.
That's what I wanted to hear. Yeah.
The garage extension as well.
I'm sure you did, but I can't give you a precise figure. Yes.
Well, you've started off with a single floor dwelling and you've put a
Yes.
floor above it.
Yes.
That's 100% increase.
And then there's the rest.
And
So I
then
couldn't
there's
give
the
you a
rest, so
precise
it's gotta
figure.
be- Yeah. Okay. Do we have any other questions, Councillor Brenton?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Brenton, District Notton. Can I just have a little bit of clarification? This the annex, is there actually a way through into the main house, so it's classed as one building, or is there I couldn't quite decide whether there was a door between the two, or would there be after this extension? I mean, I see it to join it to the house. Is it to join it to the house, or is it going to keep it very separate? And also, if it's a 2-bedroom annex and it's a 3 or 4 bedroomed house, I know this is intergenerational, but I mean, how many grandparents can one fit in a 6-bedroom house?
6.
The other side, of course, is it what harm would this extension actually do? Is there a definition apart from that openness? It's perceptual, isn't it?
Perception.
Through Chair. So yes, regarding the section between the annex and the dwelling house, there is no door connecting the two. So it is separate.
In one letterbox.
Have to go out and in again.
I went to the site yesterday and I didn't notice another letterbox, but they could well have been in my instead.
No, but the reason for the question is
it 2 buildings?
If you write to the occupier at 36 Brook Lane, would you also write to the occupier at 36A Brook Lane? Or is it just one address? So one letterbox.
It is just one address.
Okay, thank you. Alex?
It's just there's 2 sides to this. On one side, is there any actual perceived harm to the openness apart from a slight loss of light through between the 2 buildings? And also, as Councillor Flowers point out, there's a question of not overdevelopment, but just overextension seems a bit amazing. But they're comments rather than questions. My question was to do with, is it really ancillary or is it actually a separate bungalow? And that's.
Can we just confirm?
Yeah. So the legislation allows you to extend residential properties in the Greenbelt as long as those extensions are not considered to be disproportionate over and above the original dwelling. And your judgment here effectively is whether or not you consider these extensions to be disproportionate and whether or not any very special circumstances have been advanced to allow you to deviate from that policy position. But I will leave that one with you. You've got the officer's assessment. I can't really add any more to it than that, can I? Because you've heard from the local ward members about what, you know, they've looked at character, but the test for Greenbelt is slightly different to just whether or not it fits in with its neighbours.
Yes, can I just quickly come back? My question therefore comes to, is it if there are two buildings, is it disproportionate extension of the annex, or is it disproportionate extension of the whole building? If it is one building, which it doesn't quite look like, but that was my point.
It will be
Can I just clarify? When we're talking about disproportionate, this is disproportionate to the original building, not the current building.
But they're joined, so because there's now a physical, you know, there's a physical adjunct. They're extending the annex to the dwelling. You can argue it both ways, can't you? Because effectively, it's now an extension to the parent property. Sorry.
Councillor Flower. Oh no, actually,
fight over it.
I need to look at my notes.
I'll see Councillor Flower after the meeting.
I've got Councillor Coombs next.
My query relates to comment in the actual report where it talks about the MPPF in section 13 protecting the greenbelt. And obviously we all know about the harm to the greenbelt, special circumstances, etc. But it goes on to say one of the greenbelt exceptions is that limited infilling of previously development land does not cause substantial harm to the openness of the greenbelt. So I suppose for us, the dilemma is, does that cause substantial harm? I think there is a little bit of harm because any extra building in the greenbelt will cause harm to the openness. But to me, that's de minimis, not substantial, even though we've already got the previous extensions. So I just wondered if I could have some reflection back from the planners on my musings, and then maybe I'll come back.
If you can reply to the musings.
Please. I think it's a really good point. And the new MPPF consultations taking out, I mean, we have got it yet, but reading it, because I asked Liz to check when we were reading this report, and they're not proposing to take that forward. I mean, whether or not it changes, because I think it does build in confusion into interpretation of the criteria. Here we looked at whether or not we would consider it infilling. Now, if you've got a gap between two houses, then you can argue that that is infilling. But here it's one planning unit, and they're not just going from the garage to the house because it goes back as well. It's an extension, so we've judged it to be an extension rather than infilling for the purposes of the MPPF. You may take a different view, but we're here to give you ours. So that's where we're at. So we've got, you might remember the Bothy in St Leonard's, the Avon Castle. There are places where we've looked at infilling, but those are plots where you've got a gap between housing development. But here it's all within one garden. So that's why we've gone down the extension route rather than the infilling route. And also because of the form of the extension, it's not like I've got a building here and a building, I'm just joining them. We're extending it, and it's more than one thing. So I'm sorry that you're not having this very straightforward answer, but that's why it's here today. I mean, we've taken the view. You've got the report which gives you our analysis, and we've looked at the planning history, and for that reason, and from a multi-generational living, from our perspective, whilst it's it will benefit the applicants, is that a very special circumstance to outweigh the principal objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you answered?
Story tempted, Chairman. Okay. I'm going to just see where it goes.
Right.
Okay, so I am going to propose grant using that section of the MPPF Having heard the officer advice, but in my mind, I come to the conclusion that it is infilling rather than extension, and therefore it meets that clause of limited infilling of previous development land, not causing substantial harm to the openness of the greenbelt. And for that reason, I propose grant.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Flower next. Do you want to second that
or oppose?
Thank you very much, Chairman, for inviting me back. I'm having an opposing view to that. The proposition has been put on the table. If it were, I look back at the wisdom of why, for example, East Dorset had up to 50% extensions to a parent property within the greenbelt, and this has been. And I read the proposal development would be disproportionate to the original dwelling house. You could have put full stop there, not said anything else, rather than it having an impact on the openness of greenbelt, because I don't think it does. So the dilemma is, I don't think the changes that are being put forward today have a massive impact on the openness of the greenbelt. However, what I think it does do, it amplifies disproportionate change to the original dwelling. Does that make sense? And I think that's why I revert back to the wisdom of our 50%. I don't know what Bournemouth is, but that wisdom of having that proportionality around changes to property in the greenbelt, I think has merit, and I'm not going to support the recommendation on the table.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers?
Me.
Councillor Ezard.
Yeah, I'd already put my hand up. Anyway, thank you, Chair. Councillor Beryl-Ezard, Wareham Ward. I think if we grant this, it will set a precedent for other people with in the greenbelt where they've got a building, they've already had an extension, and they're building something onto it to make it like a separate actual dwelling. As I see it, it's a separate dwelling. It's not joined to the main house. It's rather a pity. I noticed that the applicant did not have a pre-application chat, which could have actually helped in the way that they said. We could have said, well, if you have it joining onto the main building, then that would exacerbate or actually allow you to have this as an extension rather than it being separate onto already an extension, which is the annex. So you've got an annex on an annex, which is actually bigger than the original house on the same plot. Now, I didn't gather how big the whole of the house and the garden is. Could you tell me that, please?
So this image here shows you the house, and this is the annex, and the area is 904 square meters for the whole plot.
904 square meters.
Yes.
I'm trying to work that out. It's not a quarter of an acre or a hectare or
Just under 1 hectare.
Just under 1 hectare.
Sorry, 0.09, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's better than saying square meters. I don't work in square meters. Yeah. Well, I believe, and it's because it's on the border with Bournemouth and Christchurch and Poole or whatever. I think that this would set a precedent because it's like two separate dwellings, and it will open the floodgates to other people thinking, oh, if they can do that on the greenbelt, and it's not going to have any, immediate effect on the amenity of the area. Why don't we do this? So it'll open the floodgates for that. So I'll go with the planners and say I would refuse it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brent.
Thank you, Chair. Just coming back and throwing another couple of hand grenades in. I still am stuck with that. This is not one building, this is two buildings, and there's now two dwellings effectively on one plot, even if it only has one letterbox. And that is, it could open the floodgates to building granny annexes in the back of every garden that could possibly fit one in, on the principle of it's for intergenerational living. But who's to say that when granny dies, you don't rent it out to a couple of students? You know, once a property is there, it's there. But then the other side of it is, of course, we are supposed to be an age-friendly county, and we're supposed to be encouraging us to keep our old people with us close by. So this is a way of keeping your mad granny next door, not inside the house, but over the, you know, just across the yard. It just seems a little bit, I don't know which way I'm going on this one. I still can't decide whether it's, we seem to have got two properties, two dwellings on one site without, just by creeping, or it's actually a good addition and it doesn't really do any harm. So I'm really on the fence, but that's my point of view.
Would you like me to come back and add if I can assist the members? I mean, former East Dorset councillors may recall policy HODEV 4 in the East Dorset local plan. And the purpose of that policy was to allow people to put annexes within their residential curtilages. But it relied on a degree of dependence on the parent property. So ordinarily, you might have a sort of a bed sitting arrangement, but this already doesn't comply with that because it's got 2 bedrooms. So it would normally be an annex. So, you know, there'd be a degree of independence. So somebody could make a snack or have, but the idea was that you were looked after, or you had, there was an element of care. The difficulty with this scheme is that the accommodation that's already there exceeds. So we can't apply that policy because you can't say it's contrary to the policy because it already is. But just to let you know that there was that intention, the council is all for people ageing and being supported. And there was a policy in the local plan that sought to support that. The issue we've got here is that does this level of accommodation now sought and the size of the extension go beyond what you consider reasonable, or do you have they evidence very special circumstances which would mean that you feel comfortable in granting this? You've got the office report. I'm not here to lead the committee, but I just thought I'd come back to that policy in the East Dorset local plan. It's a safe policy, so but we can't apply it because it's the accommodation there is already bigger than what that allows for. Thank you.
Councillor Morgan, were you wishing to?
Yeah, speaking as one who lives in one of these intergenerational annexes, which does prove quite useful at times, I will gladly second the proposal from my colleague here that the proposal goes ahead. I appreciate what has been said about the size of it. It's not so much the size of it, I don't think, but the fact that you've got people who are living together and indeed can look after each other, which is in our case, we have to look after them.
Okay, Bassett, I've got Councillor Ezard, but I think I have a question of my own, if I may, but does the 5-year land supply or the lack thereof and the tilted balance make a difference here?
Because it's not a separate.
No, it's not for a dwelling. They're not applying for a dwelling. They're not applying for a separate independent unit. They're applying for an extension. But,
which is more housing.
But that's not what's before you.
Not more housing.
No, that's not what's before you.
Okay,
so you can't consider it.
Every day's a learning day.
Thank you.
Councillor Ezard.
Thank you. Got the gun now. Councillor Hazard, Wareham Ward. There's nowhere in the actual, well, I read in the papers from the planners that says it might be intergenerational, but it may be for teenagers. It may not be at all for a granny annex, as far as I could read. So I think the misconception is it's for older people. So it's not necessarily. I mean, I made provision in my house for a granny annex years and years ago. A very thankless task it was too, as it turned out, but never mind. But anyway, I would like to say that I didn't see anything in there that says it might be intergenerational, but I don't know if there was anything in there about that. But actually having no pre-application chat does not, actually it seems to actually cut through the fact that they said, well, we'll just put in this application and we've already got an annex with a double garage that's changed into a 3-bedroom place. We're just going to add on another 3 bedrooms on the annex. And so it will make it like a 4-bedroom annex. It could be for teenagers. So who knows? Could you answer that one? Is it saying that it's for the granny or grannies?
I don't know. Intergenerational could be intergenerational. So whether teenagers or great grandmothers, I'm not sure.
Everybody's assuming it for older people.
I'm a great grandfather.
She needs to suggest conditions before they vote because they don't know what they're voting. Now that it's been seconded. Yes, sorry.
Anyway.
Okay, we've got a proposal.
Sorry, Chairman, they didn't answer my question. Is there anywhere in the papers that says intergenerational or actually for older people?
No, it doesn't.
No, I'm sure we've only been told from that agent that the proposed is for multi-generational living.
That could be anything.
The answer's no.
The answer's no.
So yeah, it's irrelevant.
It's a red
Not far, I can't, because your mouse is down behind there. I can't hear what you're saying.
If I can assist you, Claire just said that the information submitted with the application only states multi-generational. It doesn't give us any more information.
No. So, it's dangerous to assume things. It doesn't change my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take a vote.
Before we move on, for any more speakers, if there's any more speakers, but we've got a proposal that's been seconded. If the proposal is passed, we might need to add some conditions and some details to it. So before we take a vote on that, we'll need to establish what those might be. So if Councillor Coombs and Councillor Morgan wish to let us know what those conditions apply to, if we grant this, those conditions are. Let me just, I guess we can take a 2-minute recess just while you work that out. Or are you ready?
I would certainly go with the standard conditions, the approved plans, start within 3 years, removal of any PD rights, and that the development remains ancillary to the main property. Those, I think, are the key ones.
Can we condition that it can't be severed from the main?
I think Councillor Coombs has said that with development remains ancillary.
Remains ancillary rights. Yeah, okay.
Can I just ask Clara? I don't think we can remove PD rights from a property where this is an adjunct to the property.
Yes, not sure.
No, never mind.
What is the purpose of removing PD rights?
It would need consent. It needs consent, possibly. Unless they could do something on the back. I don't know.
Don't really know, to be honest.
Surely the extensions that they've already taken Do you want to send them?
Unless there's a side they haven't extended yet.
There is no. That's what.
No. I'm not. Thank you, councillor. I don't know about the removal of PG rights because the property's been substantially extended, and we can look into that, but I don't know whether or not. So if you're happy for us to look at that to see whether or not there's an appropriate condition, because it may be that they haven't got any opportunity to further extend the dwelling without requiring planning permission because of the scale that they've already. But there might be a side they haven't extended yet. Without knowing the detail, I can't confirm.
A garage.
So can we delegate that element of that condition?
And also delegate any need for drainage or suds or anything like that may, because it's such a small extension, whether it would trigger anything like that, I don't know. But to include that provision under delegation if required.
Okay.
So Claire's just drafted something. Are you happy with what she's put up on screen as a summary of? So we've got commencement of development, approved plans, materials, unexpected contamination, and then there's that ancillary to stay ancillary. Yeah,
perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful.
You're both happy. You're both happy with that. Okay. In that case, I think if anyone's got anything, I would say if we move to a vote, so we are voting on approving this contrary to recommendation with these recommended conditions. So can I have a show of hands for those in favour of this proposal? Please show. 1, 2, 3.
Death stare going on here so much.
1, 2, 3.
We're doing.
Jolly
Three,
good.
isn't it? It's his decision. Isn't it?
You've got yourself to the vote.
The decision is yours, Chairman.
It is. I think, given the comprehensive nature of the officer's report and recommendations, I would vote against this. I would recommend refusal.
Motion. You need a substantive motion then, Chairman, do you not?
No, these go with officers.
Well, in that case, it's my casting vote, so.
So that's all. So now we need one to.
So you need to do it again.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll move for refusal, Chairman.
We've had a proposal in a second.
But that was to grant.
Right.
Yeah,
We've
it's good.
passed that.
Yeah, you've now got to do it again.
I want to vote
He
to
wants a
refuse.
substantive motion to refuse in accordance with the officer's recommendation. I'll move that recommendation.
Those in favour?
Come on, this is getting rather confusing.
We want a second.
It's very strange.
A second of those. A second.
I'm not sure what I'm voting.
I really don't
Think
feel
for
this.
refusal.
Listen, if you have a recommend,
Yes. It's easily done. Yeah.
that falls
Okay.
away, you have to have a new proposal.
That's right.
Speech late.
She's done.
Thank you. Thank you, Spencer. Yes. So we have a proposal to refuse from Councillor Flower.
Go ahead.
The officer's recommendation to refuse the
Go
application,
ahead.
Chairman.
No.
Okay.
Refuse.
Is anyone seconding that?
Councillor Ezard.
Councillor Brenton. Okay.
So before again.
So shall we vote again this time to accept the officer's recommendation to refuse? 1, 2, 3, 4. In which case, it seems like we refuse it. Well, okay, well,
Against
all those against, but there's not enough left. 1, 2.
Yeah.
And slowly.
2 against.
2 against, yeah, that's really, yeah. One still.
Can we move on?
Yeah.
We only got to
Thank you, well done.
All right.
Thanks for your help.
Okay.
Oh, we're gonna go and get spot back.
Yes.
So long.
I'm not sure we have
So, Darren, Beryl.
It's a bit like
You make
it's getting fed up with us.
Said.
Getting fed up with us. We keep talking.
Before that. Yeah, so he voted against the proposal to grant.
Well, I don't know, Barry's
So
here, he's the
therefore,
expert.
The proposal fell away because it was Stephen Stevens. Yeah.
It didn't go nowhere.
No, he did.
Oh, he
But what he
understood.
didn't understand
It's
is that
getting a
once
bit like
that's
a
gone,
enclave. You expect
you don't
minutes to
automatically
come up and
flip,
see
you have to have another proposal.
That's right. You can't assume something's refused. That's something's
I know, it's
got that.
Megan's.
Council, so that become your reflection.
So I know what comes after.
Yeah.
Yes, he was voting.
Has Scott run away now?
Scott's on his way back, yeah.
Now you've all voted for refusal, except us.
Well, exchange.
It's bad, but it shouldn't take more than 5 minutes on. We all did, don't we?
No, can't go home yet. We've got to keep these two apart.
Okay, thank you for that exciting debate. We've got the next item is agenda item 9, is P full 2025 06576 Kids Love Nature, Avon Forest Park, Brox Pine, St Leonard's, Snellish, which will be presented by James Brackman.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, members. This application comes to committee as it's on council-owned land. But it's worth mentioning that the parish council, St Leonard's and St Ives, had objected and considered it as being incompatible with the character of the area and the landscape and in conflict with greenbelt policies.
Great.
Kids Love Nature is a children's nursery that provides daycare for children up to the age of 5. Daily ranger-led sessions teach children about unique habitats, foster a deep understanding and appreciation of the natural world. The site is on greenbelt land and in the open countryside and outside any urban area. It's adjacent to internationally protected heathland, which you can see in purple on the slide here, and in an area of open space and recreation set out in our core strategy. Here we can see the photographs of the site and with the arrows to show roughly where this dome, the proposed dome, would be. It's behind the existing visitor centre, and the children's nursery operate from part of that visitor centre. The nursery was operated since 2012, and with the emphasis on teaching children about the importance of conservation. This is the dome they're proposing to erect in the back of the nursery in the play area. It's 4.85 metres high, and the footprint is 7.89 by 7.2 metres, so fairly modest in size. It'll be olive green, which won't allow any light to be transmitted through that surface. Here we can see an artist's impression on the right of the green colour of the dome, and on the left, the photograph is roughly where the dome would be sited. In terms of the principle, the proposal will enhance the children's nursery by allowing children from 9 months to be taken on there and help the economic viability of that service. No adverse impact on the area of great landscape value or the sensitive habitats has been identified, and there will be a limited impact on green light openness. no harm to the amenity or the enjoyment of the countryside. And the proposal accords with core strategy policy PC4. In terms of scale, design and impact on the character and appearance, it's a very modest scale. It would be seen in conjunction with the existing visitor centre, which is far bigger. That would hide it from the front from when you approach from the car park. And it would be limited impact and appropriate for the rural context. And this accords with policy HE3 of the core strategy. So the impact on the greenbelt, officers consider it to be an extension to the existing visitor centre, and as an extension, we then have to consider whether it's proportionate or not. Officers consider it is proportionate because the visitor centre has not been extended since it was first built, and this is a far smaller structure. It is way less than the 50% we usually allow for. And as it's appropriate development, by definition, there's no requirement to consider the impact on openness. In terms of flood risk and drainage, the site is an area that's risk from high groundwater levels, as set out in our flood risk assessment, strategic flood risk assessment. And the surface water, there's no surface water risk on the site on the Environment Agency data. The supporting design access statement states that if groundwater was to emerge, dispersed from the site, the surface water would drain off naturally and go into a natural pond in the site's curtilage, which has an overflow into a ditch beyond the southern boundary. It's interesting to note that one of our rangers went out there recently and there was no surface water in that area. And the proposal is compliant with core strategy policy NE6 as a result. Highways impacts. As you probably know, there's a visitor centre there and the facility has a very big car park and attracts a lot of visitors. There's already traffic generation to and from that site. The access is onto the A31 via Brox Pine Road, and it's perfectly suitable to take the very small amount of extra traffic. And there may not be that much extra traffic because the children being taken on would be more likely to be siblings of the children already in the nursery. There will be extra staff, 4 extra part-time and 2 extra full-time. That's not expected to result in any material harm to traffic generation. So no adverse impact on highway safety. In fact, on trees, the council's tree officer has looked at the trees and they are lower quality trees and the zone would be acceptable subject to erection of tree protection fencing when they do the works. And the condition is recommended to require this. In terms of biodiversity, there's an ecological impact assessment that's been submitted, and that advises a construction environmental management plan to make sure construction is carried out sensitively, and that is suggested by a condition in the officer report. And on the basis of ecology, core strategy policy NE1 is complied with the works carried out in accordance with the ecological report. Biodiversity net gain will be provided off-site because there's no scope for providing on-site, and there will be credits purchased by the developer, by the operator to secure that. In terms of the summary, key issues, principle of development is acceptable, explained earlier. Scale and layout have no great impact. Impact of the greenbelt, it's appropriate development and appropriate by definition, no need to consider openness. Flood risk, no great risk of flooding. Highways impacts, little impact on highway safety. No impact on trees and biodiversity, they provide the appropriate mitigation and enhancement. And to conclude, the officer recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. So I'll leave you with that site plan and the dome to help with the discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, James. We've got 2 public speakers on this. The first one is Emily Jeffries, who's the agent, followed by Alex Shepherd, who is the applicant. So, 3 minutes when you start. Thanks, Emily. There's 3 minutes between them.
Is agent
I've got a minute and a half, and he's got a minute and a half.
perfect?
Okay.
That's fine.
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee again today. I trust that members have received the briefing pack outlining the merits of this proposal. The proposed dome is modest in scale and its visual impact would be limited due to it sitting alongside the existing Kids Love Nature building, meaning it would be viewed in conjunction with the established built form already present on the site. The dome is a durable structure designed for long-term use with minimal maintenance. Its olive green exterior complements the natural character of Avon Country Park, enabling it to blend sensitively into its surrounding. The insulated PVC outer skin also prevents detrimental light spill, protecting the amenity of the wider area. The photo montage within your briefing pack illustrates the high-quality design and refers to similar approved examples at Marwell Zoo. The proposed dome forms an extension to the existing kindergarten and is intended to function as an auxiliary teaching space. In accordance with paragraph 154, part C of the MPPF, the development constitutes appropriate greenbelt development as it does not represent a disproportionate addition over and above the size of the original building. As confirmed in the committee report, the proposal before you constitutes appropriate development in the greenbelt, is of high quality and sensitively designed, supports the continued growth and operational needs of the Kids Love Nature kindergarten, and contributes to local job creation. In light of these considerations, I commend the case officer's recommendation to approve the application and respectfully invite members to support it today. Thank you.
Okay. There we have how much time remaining? So about a minute and a half.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say a few words on why Avonheath is such an important site, not just to families we serve, but also to the wider sector that we are in. Kids Love Nature has been there since 2012, and we've always had an outstanding Ofsted report. But more than that, we've had a massive impact in early years education, both here and abroad. We have had Open University have come down and spent 6 weeks studying our work that we do at Avonheath Country Park to see the impact that we have as we connect children to conservation and the work on the site and how unique it is. And they've written a whole section in their early years degree programme on Kids Love Nature and Avonheath for how important it is to connect children to outdoor learning. We get visits from other universities from all over the country. We've actually had site visits from people coming from China, from Japan and Canada, all coming to see the influence that we've had because they know how important the work we do at Avonheath is, which is a huge impact for such a small nursery and in such an important part for what it means to Dorset as a county. The other thing that has happened is we've been invited by the DIT, Department of International Trade, by the British government, when they did an early years trade mission to promote best of early years education abroad. They chose 6 companies to represent the best of English education, and we were chosen, and they came and vetted us at Avonheath Country Park. So this site is so important to us. We've just signed another 15-year lease, and this dome is the next chapter in how we best support the family and children we serve in Dorset, but also how we make a big difference to education, not just nationally, but internationally. And we really hope that you support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from you, James? No? Okay. Councillor Flower.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Councillor Flower, Verwood Ward. What a great opportunity to support and encourage an enterprise of this nature. I move the recommendation, Chairman.
Okay, so that's the proposal, and Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, having worked with small children for quite a considerable amount of time when I was teaching, from what I read, they do excellent work. We've just heard that from one of the leaders, so I'm quite willing to second your recommendation that we grant this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have any further people wishing to comment, speak, ask questions? I'll take it that's a no, in which case we can take a vote on the proposal to accept the officer's recommendation. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? That's unanimous.
Then James.
Thank you.
Sometimes we can be fast.
Did all day.
Nothing to object on that at all.
King or something.
Yeah, we've seen this twice before.
Yeah, I remember it. They wanted to move.
Something before, I think.
They all did something get and they wanted it moved back.
You have this business of the Historic Society, old passing
Job
to
they do.
demonstrate.
Okay, we have, moving on. We have Carrie back again. Thank you, Carrie. Which is PVOC 2025-06703, Wareham Riverboat, Abbots Quay, Wareham. We have no public speakers on this. So, Carrie, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This application has been submitted by Wareham Riverboats for the variation of conditions attached to the original consent, which was the replacement of the existing temporary storage kiosk with a permanent building. Members may recall approving the original consent at Planning Committee in February 2023. So the variations proposed include a smaller building, revised materials, and also the removal of condition 4 on the original consent, which required relocation of the existing Bamford pump on the quayside. The application is being considered by the committee today as the site is located on Wareham Quay, which is council-owned land. The application site is located in Wareham on the southern edge of the settlement, adjacent to the River Frome. And the site's outlined here in red on Abbots Quay with the River Frome to the south. And then we have Southbridge and Wareham Quayside to the other side. And these are just some of the constraints. So the site's within the settlement boundary, and the purple areas outline the Dorset Council-owned land. To the north here, we have Wareham Town Centre, and then to the east, some Greenbelt and Purbeck Heritage Coast to the south. And just some further constraints, the purple outline is the Wareham Conservation Area. These orange buildings here are listed buildings, and that includes the grain store adjacent to the application site. And then you can just see where the Dorset National Landscape boundary is. So the Dorset National Landscapes to the south, TPO and Triple S Island at Wareham Meadows. So just to outline some of the flood risks to the site. So as you can see, it's in flood zones 2 and 3, both current day and also in terms of future flood risk. And this photo at the bottom here just shows how the site and the kiosk itself was flooded during the recent storm Chandra. And I'll just quickly run through some context photos. So you can see the kiosk just on the other side of the quayside here. This is the eastern side of the quay. This view is towards where the kiosk is sited, and this is the listed grain store. And this view is here from the siting of the kiosk towards the bridge, and these are some of the boats hired out by the business. And these views again is bottom ones from the bridge towards the kiosk, which is subject to the application. So it's proposed to reduce the footprint of the kiosk, and this will include the removal of the previously approved covered external area. It's also proposed to alter the structure of the kiosk. So previously approved, it was a timber frame structure with timber cladding and a zinc roof. The applicants are now proposing a metal unit which will be clad in natural larch and a slate grey roof. And it's also proposed to retain the historic Bamford pump where it is here, and that's because we're losing we're reducing the size of the kiosk, and access will be retained through to that pump on the quayside. So as this application is for a variation of conditions 1, which is the approved plans, and 4, which is in relation to the pump, then matters of principle that have previously been considered don't need to be revisited. And this slide just outlines the issues which can be reconsidered, and they include the impact on the character and appearance of the area, Wareham Conservation Area, and any impact on neighbouring amenity. So this slide just sets out the approved site plan here, and you can see the kiosk with the sort of covered raised area to the side, and then the current proposed site plan, which is a much smaller kiosk. So the site itself is in a visually prominent location in terms of townscape character, the conservation area, and in views from the Dorset National Landscape to the south. So the kiosk is largely retained in the same position as previous, to the side of the listed grain store and where the existing metal kiosk is located. And although the new kiosk is still proposed to be slightly larger than the existing, it is much smaller, as you can see, than what was previously approved. The kiosk will still provide room for equipment, office and engine store space for the applicants. This slide just sets out a comparison of the measurements. So the existing kiosk compared to what was approved and what's now proposed. And you can see the reduction in the width and depth of the kiosk and the external covered area being removed. So this enables the Bamford pump to be retained. So the structure will be located away from the side elevation of the Grade 2 listed granary store. A small shallow pitch roof is proposed. And in response to concerns raised by the Conservation Officer, the structure has been set slightly in from the sort of front elevation of the grain store so that it's not deemed to compete with that in any way. So the variations to the plans are proposed largely to address concerns over the materials that were previously approved and to address vulnerability of those materials to the flood risk at the site, which I've shown you on the previous photograph. So previously, it was an oak frame structure with oak cladding and a zinc standing seam roof. It's now proposed to be a metal unit to be located on a plinth on the site. That will be then clad with natural larch and a further slate grey powdered standing seam roof with slate grey windows and doors. So photographic examples of the proposed materials have been provided, and they will look relatively similar to what was previously approved. Because the applicant now proposes to move the metal container onto a base on the site ready for the start of this year's tourist season, and they have concerns over the availability of a contractor to apply the cladding and the new roof, and also they're concerned about health and safety issues if this work is going on whilst tourists are using the facilities there. Then they have confirmed that they are happy to coat the metal kiosk in this slate grey colour externally, and will then look to apply the cladding over the 2026 season and definitely towards the end of the season. So the Conservation Officer has raised no concerns over that external appearance as a sort of temporary appearance for the unit. However, this will be conditioned to ensure that that is the colour used on site for the temporary period of time. And a further condition 3, will require that the timber cladding and the roof are fully installed to the metal kiosk within 7 months of the container being installed on the site. So this will give the applicant some time to install those external materials. A further condition is proposed on the consent that will require the removal of the kiosk and the block base should the business cease to operate from the site. And then the quayside will be restored to its former condition. The Conservation Officer has raised no concerns in terms of heritage impacts, and the proposal is judged to be acceptable in terms of scale and design and the impact on the heritage assets, the conservation area and the adjacent Grade 2 listed building. So the recommendation is one of approval subject to conditions as set out on this slide here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Carrie. Sorry, speakers. Did you put a hand up? No. In that case, we've got Beryl and then Tony. Sorry, Councillor Ezard and then Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I am the local member, but I haven't seen this new application and had made no comment on it, obviously. So I actually welcome this much more than I think I refused the other one when it was there, because this is a temporary building really, because it means that if the business folds, then they will remove it. I mean, it looks like a container to me, about say, and the footprint is less, and also it's making provision to keep the Bamford pump, which I was a bit perturbed about them having to move it if they did carry out the previous planning permission a couple of years ago. So, or 23 actually, I didn't realise that long passed. So yes, I think actually it will be welcome. It'll be better working conditions for the for the boat people, and yes, I can't see anything not to approve. So I would put forward that I propose that we approve it.
Thank you. Councillor Coombs.
Thank you, Chairman. Tony Coombs, Verwood Ward, seconded, ditto, and I think actually serendipitously, wrong word anyway, the slightly smaller building works better than the one we approved before. So I think it's a win-win.
Okay. Are you seconding then?
I started off by saying that, Chairman.
Yes. Right, I can definitely hear you.
It's a long day.
Yeah, come on, let's move on.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak? Any other comments, thoughts, queries, questions? In that case, we'll get the vote. We've got the vote to accept, to grant House Products recommendation. Wait for it. That looks like it's unanimous to me.
Yeah, that feeling.
Okay, so PVOC 2025-06703 Wareham Riverboats Abbots Quay, Wareham is approved as per officer recommendation.
And Chairman.
We have agenda item 11 is urgent items. There are no urgent items. 12 is exempt business. There is no exempt business, at which point I think the meeting should be closed. So I'll close it.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.